Yeah? Yes. Okay. Now I'll call the meeting to order. Everybody, welcome. Thank you for joining the festivities this evening. Call to order. Roll call, please.
Sure. Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Councilmember Black?
Here.
Councilmember Derringer, absent. Mayor Pro Tem Piper?
Here.
Mayor Marsh?
Here. Pledge of Allegiance. Pat, would you lead us, please?
Certainly. Please rise, face our flag. I
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Any presentations? Any presentations, proclamations, or announcements?
None tonight?
Hearing none. Approve order of the agenda. I would like to move, where's the budget? The budget one. 13A. I'd like to move 13A to the head of number 11, if that's all right with everybody. Hi. Is that okay?
Is it going to be quick?
Yes.
Okay, then all right. I would, do you want us to make a motion or something?
Do we need a motion, or can we just do it?
As long as you have concurrence.
Are you guys okay with that, moving that? Any other re-sequencing?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, anything else? Blue folder items, we had 2.
You have one item for 11A, and there's 2 emails, one from the Bellises and one from Mr. Visco.
Right, okay, so we have those here. All right. Any
Motion to receive and file.
motion to receive and file?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any public comment on non-agenda items? Now is the time.
Madam Mayor, could you just take a vote on that?
Yeah, let's vote.
I'll say all in favor.
You did a motion and a second, but
We need a vote.
Oh, shit. I am so sorry.
no worries.
Could we take a vote on that, please?
Just say all in favor.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Now, Visco.
Um,
Now, public comment on non-agenda items, Madam
Yes.
Mayor.
Yeah, I know we are. Mr. Visco, since you're on your way up.
Alfred Visco, 15 Centring Road. Happy Columbus Day, most important holiday in the country. In any event, I have 2 items. One, I'm still asking the City Council to agendize a hearing, agendize putting a moratorium on construction on those properties that would drain into the south side drainage, Klondike, Paintbrush, Ishibashi, and Portuguese canyons. At least a 1-year moratorium, with exceptions. I've gone through the exceptions last time. I won't belabor the point, but I do believe that should be agendized. Second item I'd like to do is that for any project that does require movement of earth where the drainage, again, is in this south side facing part of the hill, that they be required to put in GPS monitoring and hire a surveyor to monitor the GPS monitoring. I would suggest you use the same company that they use the same company that the association and myself is using and others. That's McGee Surveying. And it's important to know what is not moving as it is to know what is moving. So anything on the south side that's contemplating moving dirt around or changing the drainage would suggest that they be required as a condition to put a GPS monitoring and do the surveying and do it at least once a month thereafter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on items not on the agenda? We'll move right along to consent calendar, please.
Consent calendar.
I just want to take off 8F. I just got one question.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I would move the consent calendar with the exception of 8F.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so 8F.
Just real quick, why are they moving the driveway? I was trying to figure this out from what I was reading.
I can answer that question. This did go before the Traffic Commission. This is the driveway at 10 Crest Road West, and the applicant is requesting that the driveway be slightly moved over just for better alignment coming in and out of the property.
Okay, but there's no this is totally not a problem to move it to the setback without an issue.
It does require RHCA approval, and the applicant will have to be submitting that for that review. In terms of our review, it came in because they had widened it much larger going up the slope, and it was in the setback. It would have required discretionary approval from the Planning Commission. The applicant decided to revise the plans to make it meet ministerial approval so that we can approve it at staff level, but it still required Traffic Commission approval.
Thank you very much.
I would make a motion.
Dr. Black,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we just have to make sure that there's no public comment on this item.
Are any public comment on this item? Hearing none, we'll move right along. See, I'd actually remembered that one.
I would move 8F.
I'll second it.
In favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have 13A. Mr. Samario.
Yes,
Hi.
thank you.
Would you like me to read this? This is,
Sure.
this, I think I'm supposed to read it for the record. Receive and file preliminary year-end results for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024.
Madam Mayor and members of council, my name is Robert Samario. And yes, we're going to be talking about the fiscal year ended numbers for 23-24. As you know, we come to the council, or I come to council every quarter. This is the last quarter, if you will, and this covers the entire fiscal year. And just to point out that these are unaudited numbers. We haven't begun our audit, and nor have we completed the year-end process. So these are, still numbers that could change. I will tell you, though, for the general fund, where we put a lot of attention initially, the numbers should be pretty close to final. So I think you can rely on them for purposes of kind of, how we're looking for the year. As always, I've included an attachment to the agenda report, attachment 1. And it's probably more than you ever wanted to know about the individual funds and revenues and expenditures, but it's included there for reference. And today, even though that includes all funds discussion, we're going to focus on just the general fund. With regard to revenues, I've highlighted a couple or three that I wanted just to mention, but first I just wanted to point out at the very bottom that in total, our revenues ended the year very, very close to what we budgeted. It's less than 2%, I believe. Our property taxes, we knew we were going to come in behind because we started the year sort of behind, if you will, based on last year's results. But we're still pretty close to what we budgeted. Our building and other permits are also below budget. You may recall the last time I was here, we estimated that we would be somewhere around $150,000 below budget. So this is actually better than we had expected. We had some good numbers come in the last quarter. So we're only $62,000 below budget at year end. And then at the very bottom, we continue to see good results in our interest income, just based on some of the decisions and moves we made to our cash position and our investments, more to the short-term end of the yield curve. On the expenditure side, again, some of the things we've talked about already, we saw some variances on the favorable side in the city administrator's office because of vacancies primarily. Our planning department is a little bit over budget, mostly because of addition that better than we thought on the revenue side with building permits. Our costs also were higher than expected. I wanted to point out the very bottom number, the capital transfers, because the actuals through June 30 were only 236, but we did budget $1.7 million. And just to know that that's money that's going to be spent in future years. We always budget for the full amount of the project, even though it may take 3 years, 2 years for that project to be completed. So the $1.4 million you see at the bottom right will be carried over to future years to continue those projects. But overall, just on the operations side, we did end the year expecting the year around $300,000 below budget, which is good news because of primarily in the city administrator's budget. In summary, the middle column, this is kind of how the revenues and expenditures come together. On an operating basis, we will have an operating surplus of close to $300,000, which is almost fully consumed from capital transfers. Those are one-time costs. So we will be adding about $46,000 to our year-end reserve picture at the end of this year. At least that's an estimate. Where we are in reserves, beginning of the year, which is the first row, these are audited numbers. We had a total of $4.6 million in reserves. So if you think about our overall budget, it's in the $2.7 million range. So having reserves of 4.6 is pretty good. As you know, we have a policy that says that we will set aside for contingencies a reserve for equal to our revenues that are budgeted in the following year. So our budget for this past year was $2.7 million on the revenue side. So the reserves above that policy amount is 1.9 at the beginning of the year. During the year, and I presented these to you in the past, we brought the council approved budget amendments totaling $1.15 million. We had some other adjustments, but at the end of the year, we are down up to about $3.5 million in reserves, of which 2.6 is for reserve for contingencies, and then the balance of just under $900,000 is our reserves above policy available for capital and other one-time expenditures. And then just as a recap, so again, these are preliminary numbers. Revenues came in really close to budget. Our expenditures are below budget primarily due to vacancies and lower salaries. Our reserves in total did decline by about $1 million from last year to this year. I will point out, though, that part of that use of reserves in the budget amendments included about almost $600,000 for projects that are going to be funded in part by FEMA and OES. So we will get about 75% of that back, so that will help replenish our reserves. And in addition to that, we do expect, because we've had other expenditures and we continue to have more expenditures, we do expect additional reimbursements from FEMA and OES in this current year and even next year as we complete those undergrounding utility projects. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Questions? Okay.
No, I had read it, it's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you for your report.
So, the last slide, I think it was the last slide, you said we get back 75% of the 575, so that's about $430,000.
That's right.
That's just gonna go back into the reserve
Yes.
fund, the total. And you know approximately when that happens?
We've got, actually, we've already received it, as in September, we got about $400,000 and some back already.
Got it?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it took forever to get there, but it sure came back fast.
And I just had one quick question, and I know you've explained this to me probably in the past, but I still have a hard time grasping that. On the revenue side, how do we get sales tax revenue here when we have no businesses?
It's internet sales. Internet sales,
Internet sales?
because people from their home who live here in Rolling Hills, when they order online, they have to pay sales taxes, and those are collected and then remitted countywide based on population, on a proportionate share of our population. So we do get a little bit.
Now I can remember that. Okay, thank you. I didn't realize that before. Okay, thank you very much.
But we've got that from other sources, like auto sales, I think.
No, we don't, it's,
Home
the
businesses?
non-internet based stuff is based on, where things are sold, since we have no retail within the city limits. It's all coming from internet.
Oh, but it's happened, and maybe before your time, I remember we got back some.
If somebody privately sold a vehicle and then it would become, we'd get a little bit of that. But most of this, I think, comes from internet sales and our share of that. Yeah.
Nothing else from the council or any comments from the public on this item? Hearing none, we'll close that. have a motion? What would you like to do?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Robert. We appreciate it.
Great night.
Okay. So now we will move, excuse me, to the highlight of the evening. 11A, zoning case number 23070, a site plan review to develop a vacant lot, blah, 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 at 23 Crest Road East.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mersch, members of the City Council, members of the public. John Zeno here to give the presentation on 23 Crest Road East. This item was reviewed by the City Council on August 12th, 2024. And so at that meeting, they continued it. And this is for zoning case number 23-070 for 23 Crest Road East. It's for a site plan review, conditional use permits, variances. The subject location is there at the City of Crest Road East in Rolling Hills, and that is over at, it's zone RAS2. Total net lot area is 6.02. This shows the radius map of the 1,000-foot radius and properties within 1,000 feet from the subject property. The lot's approximately 820 feet in length and approximately 480 feet in width. The site is accessible from a new driveway, apron, and driveway that fronts off of Crest Road East. Public notices were sent to the residents within that 1,000-foot radius and also published in the Daily Breeze on October 4th. This shows the vicinity map with the aerial, and you can see from that area that property is located right in that area there. It is vacant. Properties around there are developed, and so this is one of the last remaining properties, vacant properties in our city. The property slopes from Crest Road down to the south there into the Klondike Canyon system. And this shows a proximity map of the subject property. Properties to the east are about 179 feet at the closest. To the west, you have properties there that are about 200 feet, over 200 feet away. Properties to the north, on the north side of Crest Road East, are over 300 feet away, and properties to the south are over 400 feet away from the proposed residence. A little bit about the background on this project, or on the site. In 2017, the City Council approved zoning case number 902, a development proposed by Hines. That project was to allow for an 11,500 square foot residence and the same size basement, including other improvements. In 2019, the Planning Commission granted an extension to that project to last until 2021, and Assembly Bill 1561 granted a further extension to 2022. In 2021, there was a new applicant, Dark Moon, that submitted zoning case number 21-11. That was for an 8,460 square foot residence and similar sized basement, as well as other improvements. And on June 2nd, 2023, the new owner, Agasawara, submitted the subject proposal that you're here for tonight, and that was for originally a 14,680 square foot residence, close to an 8,000 square foot basement as well as other improvements. On December 11th of 2023, the Traffic Commission approved the new driveway proposed on Crest Road East and the apron. And the Planning Commission had a series of meetings on January 16th, April 16th, and June 18th of this year. And at the last meeting on June 18th, they approved the project. Of course, that has been considered by the City Council, and that's why we're here tonight. The proposed project before you is for a 14,270 square foot single-family residence, 7,428 square foot basement, 1,000 square foot attached garage, 1,225 square foot stable, a 5,190 square foot corral, 700 square foot accessory dwelling unit, a 650 square foot guest house, 280 square foot swimming pool and pool equipment. There's 480 square feet of attached covered porches to the residence, service yard, light well, retaining walls that exceed 3 feet in height up to 5 feet maximum. And there's a total of 28,389 cubic yards of grading. The project includes an oval driveway with a center landscaped mound and there are also landscaping and features. Building pads being proposed are the main building pad, which is about 32,610 square feet. There's a pad for the ADU on the east side of the property, which is 1,610 square feet. A stable pad on the west side of the property, which is 2,900 square feet. And there's also a sunset terrace down below the existing trails, which is 415 square feet. Some of the issues of concern that were brought up at the August 12th City Council meeting included the environmental determination that was made. Each of these issues that were brought up at the August meeting were addressed more in detail in the staff report. City Attorney's Office did help bolster our CEQA findings, or California Environmental Quality Act findings, which are included in the staff report. In terms of the landscaping, there was some concerns about the trees being proposed on the mound. Since the August meeting, the applicant has decided to remove the trees from the mound. There still are trees located as part of the project, but they're not located on the mound. They're located towards the sides, more or less. There was also a question about the trellis being proposed down below. There is a little bit of grading there. It's about 9 cubic yards of fill, 8 cubic yards of cut. So there's about roughly 16 or 17 cubic yards of grading being done down there, just really to flatten down that area. Currently, the path leading down to that trellis area is overgrown with vegetation, and so there's really no walking path there that they can safely go to get down that area. But there is a pad there that does need to be somewhat graded out for them to put that trellis there. City Council recommended that the applicant consider using the LA County's calculator on their website. That was forwarded over to the applicant. There is a summary of the hydrology analysis that's provided as attachment 9 to the staff report. It was prepared by Bolton Engineering Corporation, and it considers, since the last project, it considers a number of volumes being generated from the proposed project, the latest one being covering a 100-year storm event. And so again, that's part of the attachment 9 to the staff report. There was questions in regards to the location of the guest house. We had mentioned that during the process through the Planning Commission, it had moved, and we had mentioned that it moved at least 10 feet from the original location, and I'll get to some plans later on to show how much it's moved. There were issues with the resolution findings. Along with the environmental determination, the resolution findings were also bolstered by our city attorney's office. We took another look at that. We've included them in the staff report in full, and they're also included as part of the resolution. There were questions in regards to the pad size and our requirements for the pad. In our code, it does say that the minimum pad size is 12,000 square feet. But that is listed in the subdivision code. It's actually taken up from the subdivision code just to make sure that there's a buildable area there when anybody decides to subdivide a property. So that's really meant for the main residence. That's how we've taken it, and we've applied it for projects in the past. There are examples of pads that are smaller than that, such as the pad that we allow for a set-aside area, which is 1,000 square feet. The stable needs to be 450 square feet. The corral can be 550 square feet. So there has to be a minimum size there for set aside for 1,000 square feet, which is less than that subdivision code requirement. And it also makes sense because if you do require a larger pad for some of the accessory buildings, then that means you'd have to have more grading and disturbance on a property. In terms of the building pad coverage guideline, it is a guideline in our code, and it says that there's a percentage guideline established by the Planning Commission. The current percentage is not located or found in the code. It was somehow established by the Planning Commission at some point, but that is really used by the Planning Commission as a baseline or starting point in order to evaluate projects. The Planning Commission has approved multiple projects that exceed that guideline, but again, that's really meant as a starting point just to kind of gauge the project's impacts. I would say especially for lots on small lots, closer to an acre, that oftentimes the guideline is exceeded because there's a small building pad on the property. There was also a question from the City Council about the project applicants team here, and so I understand they do have their entire team here in case the the council has any questions for them. Okay, so in terms of project revision since the last meeting in August, the applicant has upgraded the cisterns to capture a 100-year storm event. And again, those calculations are included as part of the staff report. They also decided to plant or eliminate any trees on the mound. And in terms of the grading, past the edge of the building, there is a little bit of grading there, about 16, 17 cubic yards of grading that Sunset Terrace covered patio area down below. And in terms of the site plan, this is the current site plan that's being proposed. And it's always had this sort of V-shaped, that they call this area that it's the apex there where you have that point. But the reason why it's designed this way is because the proposed residence is meant to really follow the topography lines, kind of be parallel to how the topography line on the property run, and to minimize any disturbance on the property. The way that they've laid this out, the Traffic Commission again approved the apron and driveway off of Crest Road. There's a single entrance there. It goes around in this oval, and that's meant to be this mound area here, which started off higher. During the process, the applicant decided to lower that mound 5 feet during the Planning Commission process. And that area, it will be landscaped, and they have a water feature in that location. But once you continue on through the driveway, you have the proposed stable located on the northwest corner of the property. That had been pushed off. It was actually closer to the property line when it first started. The applicant moved it back because of concerns from the adjacent neighbor. Continuing on, you have this edge over here where you have the swimming pool, patio area and pool equipment in that area. Again, you have that apex down below. The garage is located right in front of the residence in this location. That's a 1,000 square foot attached garage. There's a wing on the east side, a little courtyard area between the residence and the guest house. Guest house is proposed to be 650 square feet. Continuing on to the driveway, you have the ADU on the eastern side of the property, and that's about 700 square feet. And then, again, it just wraps around that oval driveway. In terms of the grading, this is what's being proposed. The red shows the area that will be cut, and that's really to prepare the pad for the residents and to also carve out the area for the basement. A lot of that dirt will be used to create the mound in that oval area in this location. The applicant was able to reduce the amount of grading through the process, and I'll show you that a little bit later. This is the plan that was originally proposed back in December of last year, 2023. It's shaped pretty similar. You can kind of see where the guest house is located. It sort of stretches out out of the arm of that residence in that location. Originally, we did have concerns about the closeness of the guest house to the canyon. And so that was revised. You'll see that a little bit later on in some of these other plans. This is the plan in April of 2024. You can see that the building has sort of been pushed away. So again, from December, you can kind of see it kind of pushed up a bit. And they also made changes to the shape of the oval driveway. So it looks a little bit smaller in that location. The stable, which is over here, again, this is from December, and they sort of pushed that away from the property line. And as we continue on from April to June, you see some of the other changes here in the project. The building has somewhat been shifted up. You can see now that instead of being in line with that wing of the residence, the guest house is now sort of angled. And if you actually compare the December plan to the June plan, I looked at it as being about a 15-foot difference from, I guess, this little corner where it was originally. So they had moved it north and a little bit west, and have gotten that further away from the property line. And we've included some of the change logs in the staff report for further explanations of the changes that were made. And this is just another comparison. This is a comparison between April of this year and June, when the Planning Commission approved it. So again, you kind of see how the building is oriented. The guest house is kind of straight off of that wing. And then in the June plan, it's sort of tilted in that location. Of course, the house also has kind of shifted away from the edge. And then the grading. This is a January grading plan. Again, the blues being the fill area, the red being the cut area. In April, you kind of see a little bit more grading there because they kind of moved it away, and you see darker reds, darker blues. And then from the April plan to the June plan, you'll see that the colors aren't as intense, the reds aren't as dark. And part of that is because they decided to lower the mound height by about 5 feet. So in April, you see that darker green darker blue, I'm sorry, because they were doing a lot more fill in that area to raise that mound. And then in June, they lowered that down 5 feet. So you have a less intense blue there. This comparison shows the project that was approved back in 2017 down at the bottom. And the red represents the amount of visual impact that project created to the residents or anybody viewing from Crest Road. And as you can see, there's a lot of red in that location, in that area. The project being proposed, you see a lot less red at the very top. That's because, for one, they moved the pad area. 2017 pad area was there at that line there, starting right over there. And they moved that back down the slope in that location. So the current proposed project pad is located about there. It is further back from the 2017, which helps reduce a lot of the view blockage that was created. This is the revised landscape plan. As mentioned earlier, the applicant decided to eliminate any trees from that mound area. They are still proposing to have the Quercus agrifolia, coast live oak, and you have 3 on the east side, you have 3 on the west side, and then you have the smaller forest pansies located down below. But the applicant decided to remove the trees from that mound because of the concerns that were brought up previously. That area will still be landscaped in that area. The landscape plan still has to be reviewed in full by our landscape consultant before it's approved. These are just some of the trees. This was proposed before in the past, and they decided to eliminate this tree. It's the, the Lionthemis tree. But that was a tree that was proposed on the mound, and that's being eliminated. This is the coast live oak, which you'll see in those areas, and then the smaller forest pansy. In terms of site drainage, there are natural drainage courses located along the eastern and western portions of the lot. They eventually drain into the Klondike Canyon system. The applicant's proposing a storm drain system that captures stormwater at the residence. It's directed to these cisterns down below. Again, they've designed those to meet a 100-year storm event. And then they have these outflow pipes that go from the cisterns down below. So any excess would be brought down to these dissipators or riprap systems down below, closer to the canyon. And again, we have the applicant's team here. I'll defer over to them for any questions. We also have Mike Dorda from LA County Building and Safety. He can ask any questions if you have anything to ask from LA County. And these are just the floor plans. These really haven't changed since we last seen them. Again, the apex in that location, you have a wing on the west and a wing on the east. This shows the basement floor plan down at the basement apex area. There was a concern with the planning commission about the exit door there. They had them angled zigzagged it, as you see there. There's also an area underneath the covered patio up above, which they removed from the basement. These are a couple of photos of the, or elevations of the main residence. And this stable plan, which is located on the western side of the property. This shows a floor plan of the stable. I'd say, modest design. I think it's about 1,200 square feet. I have a comparison table coming up over here, though, but these are just general elevations of the project. This is a stable comparison. That's part of the previous presentation that we had. Down below, we looked at stable sizes from properties that have been developed over the years. This one is about 1,225 square feet and 14 and a half feet in height. So the average of those barns, stables there that you shown on the previous table there, average is about 1740 square feet. Average height's about 17 feet. What's being proposed is about 1225 square feet in size and a height of about 14 and a half feet. The accessory dwelling unit is 700 square feet in size. It's going to be located on the eastern part of the property. This is usually approved administratively by staff. We've included it as part of the plan set because the applicant's proposing everything at once as an entire project, the whole project. This is the trellis down below the trails, 416 square feet. And then the guest house, which will be located on the eastern side of the residence, which is going to be about 650 square feet. It includes a great area, a little kitchenette, a bathroom, and some storage. Yeah, so in terms of community participation, community communication, we've noticed this in the Daily Breeze from both the Planning Commission and the City Council meetings. It was last noticed on October 4th for this meeting, and notices were also sent to residents within 1,000 feet of the subject property. We've received multiple communications from residents. The residents have also attended the various Planning Commission, City Council hearings that we've had. They've also been part of the field trips with both the Commission and the Council. And in terms of the environmental review, again, this is bolstered by our City Attorney's Office. We do find that it's category exempt. The city has consistently applied Class 3 CEQA Guidelines Section 15303 for the categorical exemption for single-family residences in our city. We also find that there's no exceptions to the exemptions in the CEQA Guidelines, and there's Section 15300.2 that apply. A project's not located in an environmentally sensitive habitat area, and there's no likelihood of a successive project on the site due to the city's current development standards. And then finally, staff does not believe that there is a reasonable possibility the project will have a significant effect on the environment due to the unusual circumstances. There's been some assertions that the project will have some different or dispositive impacts on land movement issues in the city, which is not supported by any technical evidence. And the project involves water retention features above and beyond what has been typically required and approved for other projects in the city. Our recommendation is that the City Council open the public hearing, take public testimony, and adopt resolution number 1376 approving the project. That resolution is included as attachment 3A to the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Dr. Black, you have any questions for staff? Pat?
Yeah, I got you. John, on page 45 of the agenda, under letter C, about the middle of the paragraph, it says, the integration of the into the slope. There's a word missing there. I was curious what that word is supposed to be.
It looks like it would be the integration of the project into the slope.
The what?
The project, or
Integration.
the residence.
So the integration of the project?
Yeah. Project or residence. Apologize for that type of it.
And then on page 50, this is I think what you just mentioned a minute ago, it says the water retention features above and beyond what has typically been required for other projects. What have we required for other projects? Because typically, we don't even address this, it just goes to the county for their,
Yeah, that is correct. We've been talking about this recently with, I guess, the storm events. And I know that, in talking to building safety previously, even a 50-year storm event was pretty large for projects.
no. I'm asking, what have we required previously?
These, well, you're correct, these don't get reviewed by us, they get reviewed by, they would go over to LA County
I
and
don't
reviewed by
understand why
their
you would
staff
say this
there.
has been typically required because we haven't done it.
Sure, so I mean, that's probably a fair critique of the vernacular used. The point of that, the last two sentences there is to explain how this project has involved, yeah,
I understand, but, you know, if somebody's just reading this and doesn't have any history on it, they're gonna go, wow. So there must have been something required previously.
Now-
And what was that?
Well, and so once again, I can't speak intelligently on every single project. I believe from a staff level, there may have been suggestions or, hey, this would be nice to have types of features, but you are correct, there's nothing in our code that mandates it.
Okay, and the comment about no different or dispositive impact on land movement, not being supported by any technical evidence. So my question would be, you know, was there any technical evidence regarding the recent land movement on Quail Ridge and Cinchring? I mean, that just happened, to my knowledge, without any expert understanding of what was happening. So, you know, it seems a little optimistic that you would just say because there's none, that supports the, you know, the geotech report. I guess is the way I would look at that.
Well, we do have the applicant's team here, they have their geologist or geology
I'll
team
save it
here.
for them if you want, that's fine. And another, on page 60, excuse me, it makes a specific reference that no part of the, this is in under drainage, no part of the lot is within the flying triangle. Again, back to Cinchring and Quail Ridge, to my knowledge, they're certainly not within the boundaries, whatever those are, of the flying triangle, at least the previously defined boundaries. I don't know if it's being redefined. And that, the flying triangle is only 200, well, one of the reports I saw here, it's only 230 feet
From one side.
from the project, from the project boundary at least. So it may not be within the project, but it's, as a matter of fact, can you go back to one of the first or second slides? I think the slide was called radius map.
This one?
Go back one more, two more. Okay, so that shows the distance that the neighbors were notified. It's got this 1,000-foot radius, but you can't see this map, but according to the reports that are in here, the flying triangle is only 230 feet from, maybe a little bit lower on the perimeter there, but less than a quarter of the distance of the people we notified. That's where the flying triangle actually is. And go two more in front of that. Okay, so this has got some other markers here. So you see 245 feet from the edge of the residence, but if you drop down again, the map, one of the reports shows right where it says, I think 465, I can't tell that number for sure, but from that, basically that corner, again, the flying triangle is only roughly the distance that you see above that, the 245 feet from one house to the other. So it may not be within the flying triangle, but again, what do we use to define that now that the land movement has expanded? In fairness, it expanded the other direction, but that was totally unexpected too. So, you know, it's accurate that it's not within the flying triangle, but it sort of glosses over that, in my opinion. Let's see. I think that's all I had for questions. Oh, I'm sorry. On the trees, I was really struggling with this, but you showed live oak trees at 30 feet maximum height, but doesn't that exceed the ridge line for the home?
Yes, that would exceed the ridge line. They had preliminary plans. We've sent them over to our landscape consultant.
I
There were some
understand it, but why would
concerns.
something be on the project for us to consider if it already exceeds our maximum? I don't understand why there would be something there for us to look at, and we kind of know because it has to go to the landscape architect for approval, but why would it even be proposed?
Based on where the proposed residence is located, any tree really between, I guess, the house and the street, would be taller than the ridge line, because it slopes down from the street to the proposed pad.
Well, then, wouldn't there be a variance required for something like that? I mean, are we just going to say it's because of the angle that we're just going to let it go or approve it?
It is under the council's purview. If you want to have a condition in there prohibiting any trees from being planted on.
This was brought up
on that
last
area.
time, and the applicant removed the trees from the berm, but, it's still not completely addressed. I don't understand why we're supposed to consider approving a project with elements that are not in compliance.
It's usually a condition that we have for projects that they don't plant any new trees taller than the roof ridge. And my understanding is that if that's, I guess, the pad, or the trees on the pad, the same level as the house, then you can't have anything taller than the roof ridge of the house. In this case, because of that slope, anything that's really going to be planted, I guess, on that mound or in front of the house really is going to be taller than the roof ridge of the house.
Well, the applicant's asked for many variances in this, so there are exceptions that we're being asked to consider. I just don't understand why this wouldn't be one more of them. But I'll leave it at that.
Jeff?
I'm good.
B?
Not of staff, I'm going to ask some of regarding the hydro calculations that were done and for LA County.
Okay, so I have several questions too, but they will be for the professionals that are, not that you're not a professional, John, but that can answer the technical questions. I do have one question, and I don't know if this is something you know or if we have to ask someone else. Regarding the utilities at this location, do we have a will serve letter on that says they will provide utilities for this? The only reason I ask is that when they did the original gas shut-off notices, the property right next door was included in the shut-off. It was later removed, so their gas wasn't, and I think it's probably because it was touching the bottom part of those two properties were down below. But, I mean, they came within an inch of being, I think, I'm just wondering, how do we know that they're going to be able to get all of their utilities?
Yeah, so we require a will serve letter when they're doing a subdivision. And so the last project we did over at Storm Hill Lane, which is the subdivision over there, we did ask for the will serve letters for the applicants to show that the utility lines will provide service to that area. In this case, it's already a subdivided lot. It's a legal lot. The properties around there is already developed. There's already existing utility lines, in the area. We did reach out to the applicant about the issues with the neighboring properties. They can probably speak more to it than I can.
Thank you. I'll ask them then on that. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, I got a couple more.
Go ahead.
Page 49, it states that there's other houses on the crest on which stables and corrals are in the front yard. It's one of the variances they're asking for. Do you know how many there are?
I don't know exactly how many off the top of my head. I do know that there are properties, I want to say like on Morgan Lane, properties on Crest Road by Southfield at that corner.
The report's talking about
Yeah.
Crest, not other side streets.
So
There's multiple.
Well, I know, but
there's one, two,
I think everybody can think there's one or two or whatever, and I'm just curious if you know how many there are. Because I think the reference was several or something like that.
everyone that has a barn. No, the DeRoy's old house doesn't have it in the front. The DeRoy's old house, like, I think that's 7 or something like that, is in the back, but
It says many, so I'm trying to understand how many is many.
like 5 or 6.
So we don't have an exact number there, but we do know, when you go to the community, there are properties that have their stables and even their stable and corral.
I'm not doubting that at all, but it says many, I'm just trying to get some kind of account on that. Okay, and the last question I had was, this project, I just want to make sure about the square footage or the area. Is it 7.05 acres? Is that accurate?
I thought I had, it's 262,000 square feet, roughly. And I think that comes up about 6.
I'm not talking about the net, I'm talking about the lot size. What we're looking at here is what I'm asking about. It's hard to find, but I found it somewhere, but I found different numbers, that's why I'm asking. Seems like whoever writes a report has a different number for this, and that's what I'm trying to understand.
The number part of the development table shows 262,368 square feet.
Okay, I know how many feet in an acre. What's that number again? No, I know that. And what's the total?
2,368,
262?
368.
368. Is that right?
Yes.
Divided by 43,560. Sorry, I need the number again. 262, 368?
Correct.
Thank you. Divided by. That's the net. I'm asking about the gross.
The gross is 307,098 square feet, which is 7.05
Hold on,
acres.
307, what?
307,098.
098 divided by 43,560. Okay, I come up with exactly 705, 7.05. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, John. Hearing no other, oh, B, I'm sorry. No, you were going, I already did you. Okay, so hearing no more questions from us, thank you, John. Like to open it up to public. Well, no, actually, well, yes, public, but the panel, the applicant and the panel of experts first, and then we'll do public comment. Who would like to start? You-
Correct, yeah, from the applicant team.
Yeah, from the applicant, representing the applicant. Who would like to start?
John, can you get to our presentation, please? And is it full screen?
I didn't exactly do full screen. It already.
All right, okay. Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is Frank Escher. I'm one of the principals of Escher Gunawardena Architecture. We are the architects working on this project. And thank you, John, for a very excellent presentation. In the interest of time, I will limit my comments to answer some of the questions that came up, and then I will introduce the panel of consultants. Just very briefly, you will remember that the house follows the topo lines, and I want to show you just a few images of what we have been working on. These are really in preparation for the design review, but this is the view that you will have as you come down the driveway of the house. The house sits very low. That is the reason why the trees are exceeding the ridge line. This was something that was discussed in great detail with the Planning Commission. because this issue came up. And of course, because the house sits very low down on the property, any tree really that we plant anywhere above the house will exceed the ridgeline. This is a view of the stable from the street, and this is the view from down below. And we have talked about this in the past with the entrance going into the lower level. The trellis that was mentioned, I just want to clarify one thing. There are various existing paths on the property. We're not completely sure when these were graded, and so there is a level area that exists around here. So this, we're availing ourselves of this to create a small sort of seating area, which is what we're calling the this sort of sunset moment. The people that we brought along are here to address questions that came up, in particular at the last meeting, and I will hand it over to them. So we first have the geologist who will speak about the larger geological context, as well as some issues specifically on this site and issues that have been brought up in various previous meetings. We will then have, from our civil team, we will have Kevin Poffenberger. Dan Bolton is not here today. He has a family emergency and involving surgery, so he could not be here. But Kevin can speak about the proposed stormwater management and wastewater management plans that we have been working on. Then we also have David Gottschall from Terremoto here, the landscape architects. He can answer questions that you have. He can also talk about some of the revisions that we did. As John mentioned, we have decided to not have any trees on the mound, and the trees only occur along the perimeter. And then lastly, we have also with us Alan Rick, who is a planner and a stormwater expert. All of these people will introduce themselves in more detail. Lastly, our client, Yukiko Gasawara, will make a few comments. Just before I hand it over to the geologist, from the beginning, we have been extremely interested in making this a model of sustainability. And while this is not a topic of conversation today, I can tell you that we are looking at the most advanced heating and cooling system, ground source heat pumps. We have incorporated passive cooling methods. The method of construction for the roof is a cross-laminated timber construction, and so anything that has to do with water and how to carefully manage water is part of the ethos of the project. This is not something that we are adding onto the project to, appeal to the council. This is something that for us is very important and has from the beginning been part of this project. So again, I will hand it over to, I think Dave Hamilton will speak first. Thank you.
Excuse me, before you switch partners here, were there any questions from this gentleman regarding what he said before we go on to the geologist, right?
I actually have a problem with the way the microphone.
Yeah, me too.
We're getting feedback here, coming this way.
It's difficult for us to really understand.
All right, is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was.
Are you getting feedback? If you're in the audience, are you getting the feedback, or can you hear it? You can.
Be better without a mic? Yeah. I think so too.
Right. Right.
Okay.
That I understand, but we want to make sure you can hear. You can hear them, okay, and we can see and can't hear, so we're great. Okay, all right, so we'll see if we can work on that.
But is it all right if we just continue, or,
That's much better, much better,
right?
much better.
I'm sorry, I sort of lent into the, was
It
leaning
wasn't
into
you,
the.
it was everybody, it was everybody so far, so.
But should we continue? Or, yes, very good, thank you.
Yeah, but we're just
I'm sorry.
looking for a question.
Yeah.
So this is not the first project that's come to us and had a water retention element.
Yeah.
The first time it came to us, it was the 25-year storm, and that was presented to us as being entirely adequate for the project. And then you guys came in with 50. I guess wanted to raise the bar a little bit, and that was submitted to us as adequate for the project. Now you're coming back with 100. If 25 was good enough and 50 was good enough, why are we going to 100 now? I mean, it seems like it's good, but
Yeah.
it just makes me wonder why it keeps changing.
I can't speak about the 25-year plan, that was not us.
Okay, well,
So,
50
so, you know, we all know that we are getting more rains. So from the beginning on, we thought that 50-year is what we should address. There are really no guidelines for this. Based on comments that we had during the planning phase from the neighbors mostly, we decided to increase it to 100-year. Now, Kevin Poffenberger is in a much better position to explain in some detail what this does. We know that in most cases this is not going to be filled up. I mean, that's just the reality. We also know that, and this is actually something, I need to correct one thing that you mentioned, John. We are planning to treat the stormwater so that we can keep it for an extended period of time and to use it for irrigation. So we're not releasing that immediately into the canyons, and you'll hear a lot more about this today from various people who can speak with more technical expertise than I can on this particular issue. So if it is okay with you, maybe we can, after we hear from the geologist, hear about how exactly the water is managed on the site, and maybe we can deal with this question at that point. Would that be amenable to you?
But
Yeah.
last time we heard that the water was going to be used for irrigation as well, so I don't know what's changed. And, you know, I think most of us recognize that water that's collected during the winter is probably it's the least necessary time to irrigate. So I don't know how effective that's going to be, but I don't understand what the change is, because that was already mentioned last time.
The change is that it was maybe incorrectly stated that the water will be released right away into the gullies. I think that if there is a change to speak of, we have much more carefully looked at how we need to treat the water, what we need to do to not irrigate in the winter, so that we can keep it for weeks or months in the cisterns. Because you're absolutely correct. I mean, this is one of the sort of contradictions of most sort of stormwater retention systems, that the water is then sort of released to irrigate at a time when it's not really necessary. And in fact, what we need to do is we need to find ways to sort of keep it maybe for several months, so that we can irrigate it when we really need it. The thing is that, I mean, as you probably know, one cannot keep this water endlessly in the tanks before it starts to sort of form algae and things like that. And
In a sunless tank.
again, if I may ask, this is really a question for the experts, and I'm a little bit out of my. So, if it's okay, I would like to invite the geologist first, and then we'll talk about water.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, and move it forward with these things.
Thank you very much. My name is David Hamilton. I'm the Principal Geotechnical Engineer at Hamilton and Associates. I have here also our other counterpart, our principal engineering geologist from Hamilton Associates. I started the firm 20 years ago in Torrance, and I looked at my project list today, 2,250 soils and geology projects, and I think probably nearly 1,000 in this peninsula, in these neighborhoods, in the 20 years that I've been working and working here. So we've done a lot of investigation. I've been expert for the state of California on the standard of practice for geotechnical engineers. I've been on the committees for all the exams, standard of practice, licensure for geotechnical engineering in the state of California. I was elected by the geotechnical engineering firms of California to our board and served on that for 12 years, and now I'm the past president of that board. I've taught at the university level soil mechanics and other courses. So I just want you to have a little bit of understanding on our experience in the area and our background. This is our backyard. The hill is our backyard. This is where we work regularly. This is a geologic map. It's been around a while. There's newer maps. They're updating them. All the experts are updating maps as we speak. But this is a nice figure to look at because the orange is intact bedrock. And our site is mapped on this map within an intact bedrock zone. It also shows areas of the Portuguese Bend landslide complex, the ancient complex, and other areas within it, including what we call the Flying Triangle landslide. So we've known about this since I've been working from the very beginning. I just want to show you a little close-up there. There's the site there in that area, in the color area. And then this I would like to show, because this is the state of California. They map anything they think could possibly be a slide, and they've drawn something much larger, this ancient complex that goes possibly all the way back to that Graben. And there's our site again. So according to all published data, we're not in any landslide. We're intact bedrock. We did a very thorough investigation, very thorough. I'm familiar with every type of report that's done in this area and many other cities all across Southern California. And we did a very thorough investigation. In fact, that investigation was approved by the building department for the prior development that was proposed here. We updated that investigation specific to the layout of their residence and specific analysis, and it's in the format that the building department would welcome to perform a review at this time. It's ready to go. It's ready for review. Those are the experts. Those are the people. That's the review process that all these projects go through. So when the report is submitted, there'll be a very detailed review, probably more than we may have ever received, but we received some very detailed reviews already when we're near these areas, especially in this peninsula. A lot of they had comments about our report. I saw a letter today. We welcome every comment. I want to hear anything anyone has to say or what they think they saw, whether they're a homeowner or a licensed geologist or a licensed engineer. We want to hear it all because we want to consider it. We've been in this situation before, but if there was ever something that we possibly could have missed, but in the end, it goes through the standard review process through the building department. So they don't allow homeowners and these type of people to get involved in that building department review process. But that doesn't mean we ignore the comments. And any of our counterparts, engineers, geologists that work in the area, we want every bit of information they have. And it's a long process to go through that review. And it'll be scrutinized certainly at that time. There was another one, comments about Quail Ridge. It wasn't really specific to our project. I've heard kind of discussion about it. It is a concern. We walked over there, drove over there. It's a big drive, and went down those streets, and you're aware of it. You've seen it. There's some linear cracks going through there right by the poles. They're pretty long. They cross city streets. There's one good one on Quail. We mapped it and put it on a map for ourselves. They'll be studying that, but they go kind of diagonal down like this. And you see that little area right in there that hasn't really been mapped as a landslide. I don't know where they're going with it. I don't know if this will just be a stress crack or a back fault of the landslide, but it could be possible in time that that little area there gets enclosed. We're not in that area. We're not even remotely affected by that area. But it is a concern, especially for those homes over there. It is a concern. So we've mapped our site multiple times during this whole process. Since February, we've looked at maps coming out from Rancho Palos Verdes geologists, the fissures, the fractures, primarily inside or close to the proximity of these zones. The ones on Quail Ridge and there, they're not on that map right there, but they might be enclosing that piece maybe, if that's the way it's interpreted in time. And so those were two kind of letters that I saw today. I just wanted to just let you know what I thought when I read those. I just read those today. But we don't see, we've walked the site, even today again. All the canyons. This is an intact bedrock site. There's no fissures running through the site. There's no new information that's come to light that there might be something moving in our vicinity. There isn't. There just isn't. If someone can bring that map or geologist and they find something, we need to know about it immediately. Even during the review process, we would need to know. If something like that happened, it could affect the project maybe, but we don't have that situation where we're sitting. We just don't. So the report's in the form, solid report, has a really good write-up and background of the landslide areas in it, and so I welcome anyone to read it, but it's ready to go for the building department with this project. We spent some time because we heard concerns. We weren't at the meetings from lower neighbors. Water's a big concern. I think you're going to be very happy with what they're doing here. It's amazing, the civil engineers, what they've come up with, and I think it'll very much help alleviate some of their concerns downstream or downhill from this project site. So I'm just going to, unless you don't have, do you have a question for me? But we also have our geologist who will talk a little bit about the drainage course. He walked out, walked all the canyons. We looked at the videos from a homeowner saying there was water in this canyon but not in this. I'll just point out very quickly, and Eric can talk to you about it. There's two gullies / canyons, one on this side of the property, one on this, and it comes together here. Actually, the water enters a culvert down here. It flows on the ground and enters this culvert. And it goes through in a pipe and then outlets somewhere else on those properties. But this is where the city storm drain is here on this. This is the side where the video shows flowing water. So there's very little water that can come off this side of the slope and this side of the slope. This is clay. This is a clay cap over intact bedrock. Water hits it, it just swells up like you would line a pond with it. So the water swells, it sucks. It's not a gravel basin where you're infiltrating water into the ground. There's no ponding situations where you have water standing that slowly can pond with hydraulic down into the ground. But there are very small areas on this side and this side that kind of go to that area. So if it gets very excess, maybe the trickle goes down the slope and maybe gets in the canyon. This is highly vegetated here, and there's no storm drain coming from the city. And there's no water in their videos coming from that side. So we've walked every inch of this. There's no cracks, there's no open fissures. There's no something that water's going into. There's carved bedrock, exposed bedrock features. You can see it. You could see it for yourself if we walked it. But if there are any that we missed, we want to know about it. It's very important to our work. So that's, even as of today, we don't see it. But I'm going to if you don't have a question for me, I could let Eric speak, our geologist, and maybe you have some questions then.
Just a moment, let me find out.
Okay.
Bea, do you have any questions?
I have, because we've heard from residents, particularly those that went to the site,
Yeah.
because the development is more, because it's far away from the street, it's more at the precipice, and it would, to maximize the views. So, and that's where the basement's going to be too. And I have heard from various residents that talk about what is the impact of having the residents and have basically a second story underneath, which
Yeah.
the basement is to excavate that soil. What impact does that have on the geologic conditions below? Does that basically break up the surface of the land by all the pounding you have to do to excavate and build, does that have impact down below where things are gonna start moving? Not necessarily with water, but with geologically.
Well, in general, a couple of things. It's favorable for them to build a basement because you're digging down pretty much into bedrock. It's done all the time in Rolling Hills. You can use conventional equipment. We're not using blasting equipment, that type of thing. It's not bedrock from wells, you know, salt crystalline bedrock. They're digging with excavators and just pushing it around, so they just carve that out. But in general, stability-wise, it's good to do the basement because you're down deeper in bedrock. Also, if you read our report, we updated it and added caissons along the whole thing. So the loads from the house are being distributed 20, 30, 40, 50 or more feet down into the ground, essentially not even loading any hill. They're just down almost level, you know, projected with a low angle to the canyon. So the entire house, because it is on the ridge, there's slopes coming off of it, it's wrapped in caissons. It's deep pile foundations. So the bedrock, removing that rock improves stability because you're taking the weight off, 10 feet times 130 pounds per cubic foot. So it improves stability. When they take the bedrock out, our stability model gets better. So it's an overall improvement.
And you don't see any impact for during excavation and construction, the impact of that movement at the top of the hill on properties below?
No, I've heard some people, you're talking about vibration?
People have talked about vibrations being able to feel when other houses in the area have been constructed, that they've felt things.
I think there's short-term vibrations. There's this far away, all experts on vibration would say there's nothing significant. It can be monitored. And you can say, you know, someone's wine glass has the ripple, they get nervous. But if you look at the experts that monitor vibrations during construction, this distance, it's insignificant. It's nothing compared to the little shakers that occur here every day when the seismic events take place. Magnitude 4.5, it's just nothing. It's insignificant compared to the shaking that they're going to feel as these little earthquakes occur. Okay, so people get nervous when they feel vibration, and there can be vibration monitoring, but there was one job we worked on in this area, a 9-acre site. They complained of the vibrations, tiles, but in the end, there was nothing there. It was a zero issue and resolved. So.
B, anything else?
Okay.
But it does make people nervous.
No,
And most of the vibrations, you see it closer, beach cities, shoring going next to a home that's 3 feet away. There you're nervous. They're going 10 feet down right next to my house. We need vibration monitoring, we need surveying. That's more typical for that type of situation.
Well, I was talking about residents that are in this area for previous construction that has taken place on Crest Road. So
Okay.
this is actual concerns I've
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah, it's possible you could feel a vibration, but I think they're pretty good
Jeff?
monitoring that. Yeah.
Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, there's a difference between continuous vibration and a short, you know, burst of an earthquake. Something that goes 8, 10 hours a day for several weeks is, the intensity may be lower, but it's continuous. And that's, you know, I think that's, to compare that to an earthquake is disingenuous because that's just a one and done thing. So I wasn't even gonna ask about that, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
couldn't
No,
help
with,
myself with the comment.
with vibrations, they monitor it, they have a scale of when it could cause damage or when it could cause cracks or those type, you know, distress to someone. And the earthquake, you can't even compare them.
Okay, I wanted to ask about your report. I read it.
Okay.
And you consider the report to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't understand why the very first page has such an extreme inaccuracy with the size of the lot. I just asked earlier if I could get the actual size of the lot, and I was told 7.05 based on the square footage, and you have 9.8. I don't understand how you could have such a disparity in the lot size at the very beginning of your report.
We could look it up. Normally, we go to the LA County Assessor and we get it, or it's on a civil plan or something. So we don't measure. We just pull the data from whatever source we have. But if there is an issue with the lot size, that's can be simple.
Probably more on the accuracy of it, not the actual size. I mean,
Yeah.
I just didn't understand how there could be a 40% error in something that's fundamental as the size. I wanted to ask about, again, the proximity to the flying triangle, the 230 feet. Can you go back to one of your earlier slides? Okay, that's good. So you can see the dot, it's hard for me to see from here, but you can see the I guess the triangle, basically, which is, no, go
The closer one.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. You can see the proximity to the mapped flying triangle. Of course, what you don't see, and what you alluded to, was on the west side, there's now land movement that may or may not be part of the flying triangle. I don't think, it's so recent that I don't think anybody's tried to make that decision. Certainly, I'm not gonna do it, but we all recognize that there's land movement severe enough or extreme enough to cause the utilities to be shut off for people that live in that area.
Yeah.
So it was something, and the best I can tell, the best I know, it came out of nowhere. Nobody predicted it, nobody expected it, it just happened. And so you're talking about a development site 230 feet away from the known flying triangle area. I guess if that's safe, for whatever reason you say it's safe to build on, what would be the measurement, what would be the distance that wouldn't be safe? If 230 feet is okay, is 130 feet not safe, or 75? What is that distance?
Well, the building code. Okay, so the building code, LA County and all the jurisdictions, they define that. And that definition is, does it meet a 1.5 factor safety, static with no earthquake? And does it, in LA County, does it meet a 1.1, 10% factor safety with certain loads? So they define that. There's no such thing as safe, because a comet could hit the earth or anything could happen.
Or the land could start moving there, instead of on the west side, because move on the east
So
side.
the standard for the building code is there's no undue risk. So that is the way the report is written. It meets building code, but it is subject to the scrutiny of the reviewers, and they'll probably do a very detailed review on that.
Who would they be?
The building department reviewers.
So-
There's typically a geotechnical engineer and a geologist,
The county?
whoever it gets submitted to for building department review.
Does anybody know who that is?
County or Wildan?
Do you have the county, and is there another option?
Would this go to GMAT?
Well done. So I think you have the private, Wildan, they have engineers, geologists, they review if you go that route, or you go County of Los Angeles.
And it would also go to GMAT?
Yes.
GMED, if they submit to the county, it would go to GMED. If they submit to Wildan, it would go to Wildan, not to GMED.
The Wildan doesn't go through GMAT?
No. They're a private reviewer. So for example, Rancho Palos Verdes Estates, they have a consultant, Cotton Shires, Wildan. Our reports get reviewed by another consultant just like us for RPV. Same with Palos Verdes Estates. They go to private, they could hire the county, contract the county, but they don't, they go to private reviewers. But I believe your city might give the people the option to go county or to a private reviewer.
We do. Okay, so can you briefly explain the 1.5 margin of safety? I think that's what you call it.
So on a hill, if you have a 1, that means it's exactly balanced. It's teeter-tottering, ready to move down, up, it's just floating. If you have a 1.5, you have 50% higher strength holding up the weight. So you have 50% strength in the rock holding that weight up, so it's a ratio of 1.5. So it's got a 50%, and many times it calcs out more than that.
So that's the development itself you're talking about?
Yeah, it's for the buildings primarily. So it's not necessarily held to every inch of a piece of land. So if someone owns 30 acres, they're going to have to meet it for life safety of the buildings that they're building.
So the distance from the map flying triangle is irrelevant to that calculation?
It is,
Since it's not in the since it's not in a map landslide, then that's not taken into consideration for the 1.5 safety,
correct.
okay. But if the land started moving on the east side of the flying triangle instead of the west side where it is right now, then that would have some impacts on bearing?
It depends on the proximity, and I would say definitely if it's on the site or adjacent. You can have movement adjacent, and you have to consider that with your development. But the house is pretty far up the hill right now, the structures.
Dr. Black? Is that no? Okay. I do have a couple, and I apologize. I tried to get through the, 100, or almost 200 pages of this.
Yeah.
And I don't expect you to make me a geologist in 20 minutes, but I do have some questions here.
Sure.
And maybe I read this incorrectly, but it appears to me that the cover sheet on your report is dated May of this year. Right? Yeah, it is. But it looks like a lot of the data that was in the backup on this was 2013 and 2014. Okay, so even if you reviewed this again in May of this year, when you did your cover letter for us, I don't think you could possibly be addressing the recent, and I'm going to call it allegedly accelerated movement that was reported in the RPV City Council meeting in May. So, you know, the stuff is just moving so fast right now. Are you concerned? I know I am. Are you concerned that things have changed from when all these tests were done, and what conclusions have been made to say that this is geologically stable based on what you saw in 2013 and 2014?
Yeah.
And in all fairness, I will tell you, you made the comment about other places, and that this place is on bedrock. You're looking at people in this room whose homes were on bedrock when they bought their houses. Yeah. And now they're not. So maybe you can address, when you're talking about this, things like debuttressing and things like that can affect places that I understand, even when you are on bedrock, that can affect that. If you could, please.
Yeah. So I don't know specifically which ones you're talking about. There's probably information that all these experts that are studying down there have. They're holding close or learning. But I know RPV publishes as much as they can. They published a map called accelerations. And all those color codes are primarily down in the areas that were active in the landslide. So this isn't, to me, even in 20 years, new. It's accelerating. Those cracks and fissures that I'm seeing on their maps, every geologist that's worked here has always seen those. We've always known they have monitoring and they have movement in these slide areas. And so they're saying it's accelerated, some of those areas. So it's important to know about that and understand it as much as possible. On those maps, I'm not seeing anything up. I don't know if it goes into Rolling Hills territory or they don't cross boundaries or not, but I'm not seeing anything. It's all down in the area below, primarily where there's been movement. It wasn't 5 feet tearing houses apart, but it was inches in the past.
So this accelerated movement that's being reported, and I'm just going to refer to the RPV because, you know, that's public information that's out there. That doesn't concern you or make you think that this needs to be looked at, again, from a geologic standpoint?
The maps that I saw that I think maybe you're referring to, it's the latest one. I think it's within the last month and a half. Those color-coded movements, no, they do not concern me about our site up top.
Well, and I think I would have probably said that same thing myself a while ago. But now when you don't have utilities and things because they can't provide. So anyway, all right. Then my next question is, the borings that were done, if I read this correctly, were 59 feet deep. is that sufficient if even in the own report shows that the slide that they're talking about, the fissure, not fissures, the slides could be 70 feet, 76 feet to 450 feet deep is where they think the slide planes are. So why is 59 feet okay?
Well, because we're not drilling in a landslide. So what they need to do is they need to drill through a landslide deep, and they're putting in what's called inclinometers and other monitoring devices. So they need to get through that base. They've been doing this since the beginning of the 60s. They've been drilling down there. They've been studying this forever.
Right.
And so those borings, they have to go very deep because there's some deep areas and you have to make sure you're below it. It's a moving landslide. So those are the type of the borings you do inside moving landslides.
So your 59 feet, you're saying is all right because it's not in the moving landslide
Yes.
area, that these other things are.
Because you could have 100 feet in the landslide, let's say it's a bowl, and as you get to the edge, this is what your landslide plane's doing. And then all of a sudden, right at this point, you're on solid ground and you're just walking away from it. So the inclinometer or those borings would only have to be so deep here, deeper here, deeper here. That's how they put them in.
Okay, and then this might be doubling on what Pat said, but just to go back, that part of the property is 150 feet from the crown of the flying triangle, and there's another part of the property closer to where the residence is actually being built is 425 feet
Yeah.
from the crown of the flying triangle. So now we're not talking about the RPV slide.
Right.
We're talking about flying triangle
Yeah.
that this property sits right on top of. 150 feet doesn't alarm you, or 425 feet?
Well, it's always been there. So it was the same 10 years ago, 20 years ago, many years ago. That property has always been that far from that slide area. So that's a mapped slide. They started mapping it 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago. So that is not new news for anyone that works in the industry on this hill, the location of that.
So basically, to sum up, that all of these things aren't bothersome to you, that they're not that the recent alleged accelerated movement is not a problem at this property.
Yeah, I mean, my concerns are more where these cracks are going through, homes that are affected there, homes that are in moving landslide. That's a big concern. So as far as analysis goes and preparing the report, I think it's ready for submittal and review. I think the geotech engineer and geologists are going to review it to 100th degree above your questions that you're asking. They may really ask the questions. They can ask for a boring. They say, no, we want a deeper boring for some reason. So they can do that, and that has happened before.
So we'll be asking them as well, but see, you're gonna get what you wanted. You said you wanted to hear people's questions, so I'm sure this evening you'll
Yeah.
hear a lot of it, so I'm glad you're here for that.
No, we definitely would like to.
Any
do
other
that.
questions before we move to the next? Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, you're welcome. Appreciate it. I'm just so this actually goes well because our principal geologist will talk about what he saw out there physically, the water course, and then it can flow into the civil engineering and really those concerns about water and how it could affect.
Oh, I'll say, maybe he can answer. I had a question about caissons. You mentioned all the extra caissons that
Yeah.
you put in. Should I save that for him, or can you answer that?
I'll do that. That's more geotech. That's
Okay, and I think the caissons are great, but it's my understanding that caissons are fine in some applications, but actually with land movement, they just shear. They could possibly just shear, that perhaps a caisson is better for other types of stability as opposed to landslides.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on that?
You can design a caisson, let's say, good materials 10, 20 feet down. to get into that material, and you can design it to hold back a certain level of material. But no, caissons in Portuguese band landslide, sorry, that's not the way you do things down there. So we're not using these caissons as a landslide stabilization mechanism. We're using them to support the residents at a deeper elevation relative to the local slopes so that it meets code, factor safety, it's bearing on deeper, more solid bedrock deeper. So we're not using them as a landslide mitigation.
Okay,
You can use them, it's used, but there's landslides that will shear right through them, the big heavy ones.
Yeah, okay, so my understanding is correct then, that it's not for landslide movement, that they would shear, they could shear.
They could, yeah,
Okay,
in
okay,
large
thank you.
stresses.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're ready next, for your next
Okay,
person.
thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Eirik Hanschke. I'm the geologist at Hamilton Associates. So, closer?
Delicate balance.
Okay, I have a soft voice. Okay, let me talk more about this diagram. As part of our updating of our report, you're right, a lot of our work was done in the 2013, 2014, 2016 time. I was part of that work. And then when we're asked to produce an update report, typically it means going out and re-examining the site. However, the findings from our trenches and test pits and testing really don't change over time. The context may have changed because now there are cracks geographically outside of our site for us to consider. But within the confines of our site, we're not seeing any kind of any movement that's suggestive of that now. There were some cracks pointed out on Quail Ridge Road and Cinchering Road. We're aware of that. I was there today. And they're in the location where Dave was pointing out earlier. Almost kind of connective between the Graben feature and the Flying Triangle landslide on the west side. But they kind of veer off and they don't look like they're projecting toward our site. On this site, let's see. Sorry.
Maybe you can use this one, I have that one.
Okay, excellent. Okay, great. Cat toy. Well, for starters, geologically, we have Crest Road here. The Palos Verdes Hills, it's kind of arched broadly with Crest Road running along the top. So topographically, from Crest Road south, it's a gentle slope all the way down to the coast with broad ridges and intermittent drainage gullies that travel down. On our site, Crest Road, again, north this picture has been tilted on its side to fit onto the page, but north is this way. Crest Road is along the northern end of the site, kind of a very broad, gently sloping area, about 500 feet across on this part of the ridge line. And then we have about a 200-foot, 220 overall drop across the site down to the southern end of the site. Geologically, it's as textbook for the neighborhood as you can get. If you go anywhere out on this site and start digging a hole, you've got 3-4 feet of clay topsoil underlain by hard shale of the Altamira Monterey Formation. We've performed 6 deep borings out here. 59 was the deepest. And more than 10 trenches and test pits. I can't remember the number. But we've looked at the topsoil and the rock into the depth to evaluate its fracturing and structure and examining for any problems. We've also, as part of coming back to the site to revisit and see what's going on today, we've gone down these canyons. Sorry, caffeine. But this gully on the west side is the one that has the storm drain that dumps into the head of it. This canyon is very narrow and it's very rocky at the bottom. As you walk down, you can actually get geological information on the bedrock as you walk down the canyon. It's exposed. And the canyon, since we're here, let's talk about, there's a storm drain on the opposite side of Crest Road. And it's got an inlet at the curb. It enters into an 18-inch diameter corrugated pipe, goes underneath the road, and goes to an outlet here. All of these areas that have like a P2, P3, there are subsequent pages of photographs of these areas to talk more about them. But I've walked down this canyon and examined it completely to the outlet here. Water intermittently during rain or during storm drain discharge flows down this canyon. It starts outside of our property. The canyon itself enters our property, then comes back out at the southern end. So the water passes through the edge of our site and ultimately arrives at a storm drain inlet off-site. On the east side, there's a canyon here. You cannot walk through it. It's very heavily vegetated. But we've also got a canyon on this side as well. It's difficult to see any water emanating from this canyon because of the thickness of the vegetation. What else can I tell you? There was a question about, if you don't mind going back to the vibrations and such, a lot of the grading work that's done typically involves scooping and scraping and this kind of work that's done. The compaction of fill typically is done by heavy equipment rolling over the soil in 6-inch layers to compact it down. I've been involved with vibration studies on pile driving in Long Beach in my past. Often what homeowners will feel is kind of a percussion in the air, and not to downplay it, but we've measured the ground accelerations, and they're far less than those that would be required to induce any kind of damage to a structure, generally. So over here, I wouldn't be concerned about the vibrations from grading equipment actually causing any movement of the earth or affecting any structures and causing cracks. The flying triangle, excuse me, landslide came up. That appears on this map. Again, north is this way. This line on our map is the limits of the upper limit of the flying triangle landslide. That would be the northeast corner of the flying triangle landslide. This steep slope right here, triangular slope, this is where material from the slide has actually, kind of like in an alpine sense, where the material is calved off of the slope and left a scar. So there's no landslide debris here. It's solid rock. But the slide debris that gave way slid down to this location here. And there are homes on here, and this was a big problem in the late 70s and 80s when this was moving. In terms of our site, the distance from our property line to the edge of the slide feature, I think it's about 100. I forgot the number, 125 feet or so, but it's more like 400 feet to where the actual slide masses that we'd be worried about actually moving, compromised ground. And that material is separated by a topographic divide. There's a ridge coming down here. We're not concerned about surface water flowing down this canyon, making its way over to the slide. It comes down here and enters into a storm drain. In terms of the proximity to the slide, we're using a caisson foundation system for this house anyway, but often in LA County, we've got homeowners with a property that want to develop their property. They're not going to let it be compromised or what's the word I'm looking for? Taken out of use because there's an adjacent landslide. We can actually work with that. In the past, we've put deep pile foundations to protect that house, such that if the ground, this house being on caissons, if this ground were to, if a slide, this one doesn't have the potential to do that, I don't think, but if the slide encroaches close, the house is protected on very deep piers that extend down into the ground. We've seen it happen where the house is still standing. You can see the piles. The ground below it has gone away. Our caisson design considers the hills and the potential for that to occur within the confines of our lot. There are, let me see, if there are photos. Photo plates, if they're here.
Did they add the photos in? Just go forward. Forward?
This way?
No?
They got taken out.
Okay, that's
My
fine.
slides, yeah, they're on.
They're on you? Okay, let me go back, no, I'll just go back to our,
So just, you can just.
okay. Any questions as we go?
No, we'll wait till you're through.
I'm trying to gauge when I'm through. Just to kind of circumnavigate the site, P1, there's a set of photos showing this, it's kind of a broad area that's mantled by clay topsoil. It's got native grasses and shrubs growing on it. The flanks, there are flanking slopes going to the southwest and southeast into the drainages. The storm drain up here, there's a storm drain established in Crest Road. It has an inlet intermittently when there's water on Crest Road. It flows into the storm drain and then it enters this canyon here. I was going to show you a picture of where it dumps into the canyon. Water would flow down the canyon and then off-site. Ultimately, these two drainages arrive at a confluence beyond the southern property line where they enter into a catchment off-site. Any questions?
That's it?
I think so.
Okay, all right. Dr. Black, any questions?
Can't remember where that storm drain empties off-site down by Moss Box. I know where it enters. Where does it actually dump into a canyon? The southernmost storm drain.
There is on the neighboring property, this green area, the canyons come down here.
Right.
They converge. This area has actually been filled with compacted fill with a pipe under it to create access for the neighboring property here.
So the pipe's under it. Where does it actually open up to the ground, to the?
I don't
to
know on
grade?
this end. I haven't seen that.
I just can't remember. I didn't have any questions about the actual site.
Okay. Pat?
Yeah, at the last meeting, I think in August, there was concern about the water that was directed into the storm drain on Crest. It's kind of at the top of this picture up here. And then it goes under the road, and then it discharges.
Yes,
And then it flows on the ground.
in the canyon bottom, yes.
The question that was brought up was, or the concern, was that that water never makes it down that canyon. It infiltrates on the way down into some openings, some cracks, and if I remember, the specific request was to study that and determine where that water goes or doesn't go, because it doesn't seem to make it down to the bottom, the southernmost point of the property there. It used to, and it doesn't anymore. That's what the discussion was.
If we're talking about this canyon, this one, yes? Okay. I've seen one video. The person filming it was named Charles Rains.
Yes, he's here this evening.
I think it was 2023, and it's a video during rainfall of standing on this driveway. And at that time, water was pouring out of this canyon bottom
I
here.
think that the year was not 2023, I think it was a
Oh,
few
I'm
years
sorry.
ago, several years ago. The point was,
Oh,
it used to
forgive
flow
me.
down the canyon, and now it doesn't. What happened? Where does the water go that develops in the drain at the top, because it never makes it down to the bottom of the canyon?
I'm not aware of that. I would be interested in that. And to that point, in review, I have come down this canyon in its entirety. That does mean whacking and crawling under vegetation.
Sure, and that was the problem, because closer to Crest, it was so heavily vegetated.
Yeah.
You couldn't really get in there to see what was going on.
Correct.
down
I tried, and
at
it was
ground level.
difficult.
But there was evidence, apparent evidence, that the water that developed on crest, it wasn't making its way down, so it was infiltrating, and that was the big concern, which was destabilizing, you know, the land to the south.
Yeah. The canyon bottom, to me, and look, I always take opportunity to go in canyon bottoms because there's rock exposed there, and I get information about my job site from that. Saves us from having to dig or drill. So in examining that, I do see bedrock exposed, and what we do is we measure the inclination of those beds as we go, because that all ties into slope stability analysis that's performed by Dave. Geologists work with engineers.
Well, I'm sure there's evidence of water flow, you know, but the key here is from when? It wasn't 2023, I can assure you that, not the video
Okay,
that you saw.
understood.
The video with the running water was several years ago, and the point was that the comparison, the contrast was, there's no more water coming down the hill. What happened to the water? Where is it going now? Because, you know, the last 2 winters, we've had a little bit of water.
Sure.
And you would expect, you know, a rush of water coming down.
I would.
Like it did historically, and it's not. So it's presumably going somewhere, but it's not coming down to the bottom of that, the property line at least. Anyway, that was a specific concern and request of your team to address that, and it doesn't sound like it got addressed.
Can I jump in?
Can I ask, did you see any cracks?
What you saw, did you see evidence, fissures that would have water disappearing into the ground?
Let me come back to that. In walking, I was looking for any kind of issues in that canyon. Is there a place where water can go in? Is there some big depression? There are a number of little stair-step waterfall features and such like that, but I did not see any open ground fissures in the canyon bottom.
And this is the heavily vegetated area where?
No, that's the west canyon bottom.
Towards the north is where I'm talking, yeah, up there.
What I mean is, we have photos of this outlet here of, you know, it's an 18-inch diameter black pipe that goes right into the canyon bottom. You're in the canyon bottom, you're walking down on bedrock, plus, you know, there's some amount of soil and leaves here and there, but largely it's been cleaned by flow of water. So it's actually a pretty efficient pathway for water. I would be surprised if, for example, hypothetical situation, you were to dump a fire hose into there and wait down here. I'd be waiting to see water come at some point. It may take a while, but that's interesting what you told me about water disappearing into a fissure. I don't know if that's supposed or someone saw it going into a fissure.
Well,
I'm not aware of any.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because of the vegetation, it was difficult to determine.
I see.
You know, you see water on one end, you don't see it on the other. What happens? Where did the water go?
I'd be kind of surprised to encounter a fissure in the very bottom of a canyon like this without seeing it expressed on the hillsides ascending above the canyon as well.
Okay, well, I'll leave it to
So
public comment.
I don't know what to say to that. I'd have to see it myself.
Did you walk all the way down to where the next storm drain is and saw no fissures or cracks?
20% of it crawling,
Yeah, I
climbing, yeah.
understand. But I mean, you
all the way.
all the way down.
Correct.
To the storm drain.
Yes.
I don't care how you got there. I want to make sure you saw it or didn't see it.
Brag, but yes.
So you went down to the next storm drain, you
Correct.
saw no fissures, no cracks, no nothing. There
I
was
have
no
not.
water would be nothing into it.
I have not. There were some heavily blocked portions where I had to climb up and around and keep going and take a photo back, but no ground fissures.
And past the limits of the site property, you went past further down the canyon, or did you only walk and crawl the area on
I
the
came to
applicant's
here,
property?
And also earlier was able to make observations from this point about
And so
about a month ago.
that's off
That's
the property, that's
Yeah, and I was trying to
down, slightly down below?
correct.
Okay.
It's outside of our property, so no one apparently was home. I was able to examine the structure, the outlet, and the inlet here quickly, and then return.
Anything else? B?
I just, you mentioned that convergence where you're talking about the water coming down from Little
Confluence, yes.
Klondike, coming then also from the other side, the more east side of the hill. You refer to as a catchment. And are you saying there's a physical structure, a catch basin there, or are you just talking about it more generically?
No, there's a physical structure there.
And what impact, if any, when you looked at how that appeared, can you tell about the amount of water coming down into that convergence, as you call it?
I didn't see it while there was flow occurring. The catchment that's been constructed here, it's approximately 6 or 7 feet. It's a recessed vault. It's about 6 or 7 feet wide by about 3 or 4 feet wide, maybe 3 feet deep. It's covered with kind of a makeshift fencing material or iron. It's covered over with vegetation. But inside of that catchment, and it's constructed of concrete and mortar inside fragments, there is an exit on the downslope side, which is a corrugated metal pipe 24 inches in diameter. And it's open.
And anything about that structure that would exacerbate conditions up above? I mean, because it's not adequate or not constructed to handle the flow from the canyon that would have some impact
I don't know.
over time?
And I don't mean to say not our problem, but once the water has left our property, and we see where it's going, I don't know. We haven't studied that. I don't know whose duty it is to study the adequacy of that to accommodate flows.
Yeah, I know, but so far as the water's at the edge of this property, we're
Yeah.
just trying to figure out what, if anything, the impact of that water is, and on everything that's affecting that
Sure.
water that might have an impact on this development that would exacerbate conditions. That's all.
Sure. Yeah, I don't have anything kind of interesting or exotic to tell you about, but the flow of water, often what we're worried about is, does it create a 10-foot drop-off? Or does it carve into the hillside that undermines the ascending slope? And, you know, there are some places where there are 5-foot verticals because it's been incised, but we don't feel, there's nothing about the stream itself that we think would create an adverse impact on the development of the site in and of itself.
And nothing that warrants putting some type of device on this site property that might help baffle the water or mitigate water drainage from the
We've
property.
got some other gentlemen who have put a lot of effort into talking about the runoff and how water is going to be used and budgeted, and I think they're going to cover that.
Okay.
But in terms of, you know, my job is to illustrate the ground, you know, boots on the ground, and draw in the subsurface in a way that could be digitized and analyzed by engineers to evaluate mathematical stability.
And did you do a report as well?
That is my report.
That is included in the,
I
okay. just didn't
co-signed
know
that
if you
report.
Like you had another separated report.
Oh, no, I work for
Okay.
Hamilton and Associates,
That was
and I was present during the work that was done earlier, 2014, and I actually I examined the insides of the borings that were done on this site.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Oh, okay, so I just have one, I have, a lot of the questions that have come up, I'm going to be addressing to the county that will be doing the plan checks on this, because we've said what we expect things to be and so forth, so how do we verify that? But all the things that we've been talking about so far, we've been focusing on, they're doing wonderful things on this property. I understand that, and I would stipulate that. But one of the things that I know we're concerned about is not just this property, but the impact of what this property and the development of this property will have on the properties below. And so some of the questions that we ask may seem like, well, you know, our property's good, our property's on bedrock, everything is good. But we're trying to go a little bit further to take a look. One of the things many of us are concerned about is the impact down below. So just so that people understand why some of these questions are coming the way they are.
On this site, some of the impacts on adjacent properties, in general, we make sure our grading doesn't undercut some neighboring property, et cetera. in this case, all that concern is on where does the water go?
Yeah, and that, I would say that's probably the big concern is where is the water going, so. Okay. All right, hearing no further questions, anybody else from your team to address geology or?
I'm not geology.
Okay.
I'm here for water.
Oh, water, good, okay, thank you. You're making us geologists and now a water specialist, so.
You just hit the, how do I go slides? Just push the enter button? All right. Oh, the arrows?
Your slide is next.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you tonight. My name's Kevin Poffenberger. I'm a civil engineer, EPD consultant. I'm here also to present on behalf of Dan Bolton, who's the civil grading and drainage engineer, because our work is somewhat overlapping on this project. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. So this is a drainage, this is a civil site plan that gives a general overview of the drainage system. And the drainage is generally intersected down the middle of the ridge. And so there's kind of an easterly watershed and a westerly watershed. And there was some kind of discussion over the overall lot size. Although the lot is on the order of 7 acres, the developed site is much less. It's on the order of 2.74 acres. And so the easterly watershed is on the order of 1.26 acres, 39% impervious, and the westerly watershed is 1.47 acres, 38% impervious. So the impervious areas consist of the structures and the driveway area primarily. Otherwise, the site currently is undeveloped. You know, a lot of the problems that you're talking about with the westerly drainage, the Little Klondike drainage, that has to do with the existing stormwater from the street that passes through the property. And so the goal of this drainage system is to manage the stormwater, collect it into a contained system, and then use it on site for toilet flushing inside the building as well as irrigation on the property, which will not only offset potable water, but in this case, reduce the volume of water that is discharging from the existing condition. So the goal is to reduce the amount of stormwater leaving the site, and this drainage system is really the foundation of it. I'll flip to the next sheet. This area is somewhat unique in that there are no sewers to dispose of the wastewater. So the wastewater has to be treated, and instead of utilizing a seepage pit system, which injects the wastewater, a subsurface drip irrigation system is proposed for the wastewater system. Thankfully, the county started approving these systems about 10 years ago. I've been designing these systems for 25 years in the county. I was getting them approved before they started approving them, but it was much more difficult. So it's a lot easier now. The basics of an on-site wastewater system, there's 2 steps. There's treatment and disposal. Instead of a conventional septic treatment system, there'll be an advanced treatment system that is not shown on this exhibit. But instead of seepage pits, there's a subsurface drip irrigation system, and there's a 200% system. So in front of you, you see the slide. The blue area is the present active system, and the 4 yellow areas are the future reserve subsurface drip irrigation system. In practice, the present system is repaired rather than failing. The septic systems historically have just grossly failed, and the future system would be installed. The nature of a subsurface drip irrigation system is that there is ongoing maintenance and service of the drip line, and so, sure.
Present system, there is no present, there's nothing on that site right now.
No, this is for the new development, correct. So this is the septic system, which takes up area. So the purpose of this slide.
What's the blue versus the orange?
the blue is the active constructed subsurface drip irrigation system.
It's not there now.
It will be there.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
So the blue is the future irrigation area that is required. The orange is the additional area that one has to identify if at some point the blue does not suffice. The both, for the future.
Thank you.
They're reserved for the septic system, so other development, no structures can be placed in those areas, but only the blue system is constructed, correct, and the yellow is reserved for the future. So the blue area is using wastewater for irrigation. So we put together this exhibit that identifies all of the other areas for irrigation use and to create, and the sources, the impermeable areas. And so we've got the driveway area, and the buildings are impermeable. The green hatched areas are landscaped areas that are not part of the septic system. The blue area is the irrigation area that's also landscaped, but it's not part of the stormwater capture and use system, whereas the yellow areas are irrigated with stormwater because they're not constructed. They're just reserved for the future. So we came up with totals in this, and then I created, this is a water balance spreadsheet that I put together to kind of calculate and balance how big of a cistern we would really need in order to irrigate with how much of the water. Before I get into my numbers, if I could, I don't have the slide up from the hydrology calcs, but I'm happy to talk about those because I've reviewed Bolton Engineering's hydrology report. It's very well presented. And there was talk of the cistern and how big it is, and is it a 25-year cistern or a 50-year cistern or a 100-year cistern, or what is it and what's usually required. So the cistern is an LID, low impact development element, which reduces the volume of stormwater on every project. It's an ordinance in LA County and driven by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And the typical storm is on the order of 2 to 5 years. They call it the 85th percentile, so it's a much smaller volume, and we've kind of inched up as the presentations have proceeded, mainly based upon the uncertainty of the requirement, because there is no requirement, no clearly stated requirement, and I'm here to present to you what we've put together as a team, which I think does a really good job at addressing the volumes. And so based upon the 100-year storm, it ends up being an 80,000 gallon cistern. Let me find the pen. Well, David, do you have your pen? I do. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we've got an 80,000 gallon cistern, okay? And the challenge with stormwater capture and use is, as Frank brought up, or Robbie brought up, Frank, is that we need to use the water at a time of the year separate from it being generated. So it affects the volume of the cistern, really. And we look at the rain, and so I looked at the average yearly rainfall, which is on the order of 13 1/3 inches, and the average evapotranspiration, which is on the order of 46.6 inches per year, and calculated what are the potential demands, what are my opportunities to use the water. And so we have our irrigation requirement, the ET, and you'll notice in January and February, the ETs, in December, the ET's really low, and this is in inches, but it's all relative numbers. And then in the summer months, it gets really hot. And so in general, the cisterns always empty out by March or April or May, no matter how big we design them. And I'm always, I do this quite a bit for LID, where people that are being proactive and want to reuse all of their stormwater. So there's people, believe it or not, that come to me and want to do this. And so as our client, she wants to recycle everything, and you know, she's very happy with what we've put together here. So there's on the order of 750,000 gallons of irrigation potential based on the landscape. And the other element that we have is flushing toilets in the building. And so we'll have to treat the stormwater to a higher standard. So we have to spend money on treatment equipment, which is not overly excessive and functional. And it allows us to use stormwater in the rainy season when we're otherwise not irrigating that much. Although the irrigation demand is still pretty big, but we you know, the numbers kind of tie together. And if I should take this column of 750 gallons, 50,000 gallons of irrigation requirement and 109,500 gallons of toilet flushing, we end up with 858,000 gallons of potential use throughout the year. And then for this particular spreadsheet, I looked at only the new impervious areas, only the roofs, only the driveway areas. And I calculated how much more water, because the impervious areas are, for all practical purposes, 100% of that water is runoff, versus under the existing condition, about 15% of the water that lands on the ground runs off. The rest of it infiltrates. So the existing condition is actually infiltrating water into the slope, I mean, into the hillside, whereas once we develop the site, we can manage the water better and improve upon the condition. So there's on the order of a third of an acre, 313,000 gallons of stormwater from these impervious areas that we've sized the system to irrigate with and flush toilets. And based upon this, we're going to run out of water in April. And so in practice, the cistern will irrigate with more water, but just having this simple tool allows the post-development condition to discharge less stormwater into Klondike, Little Klondike, than under the existing condition. And so that's after me, this is the landscaping. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have with respect to it, what I've just told you. I'd like to just point out real quick, there was talk about the ravine, and there was a request, and we have studied this, and so there's an existing storm drain pipe from the street that discharges into the ravine. It's presented. It's actually better on this one, yeah. It's rotated, I apologize about that, but there's a storm drain pipe that dumps onto the property or adjacent to the property. And about 7 years ago, there was water running down the ravine. And last season, purportedly, there was not any. And one thing I found out that was interesting when I was researching for the wastewater system, in 2021, the USGS mapped that drainage as a stream when it had not been a stream previously. And it stands to reason that as the superficial, I don't know when the storm drain pipe was actually connected. I would imagine before the storm drain pipe was connected, there was less stormwater running down the ravine, and the stormwater pipe increased that amount, and as time goes on, it created a stream, because that stream was not there before. So I'll just leave you with that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Dr. Black, any questions?
Not regarding the catchment system, and the cistern, no.
Pat?
And the discussion about capturing the stormwater that the whole analysis you just went through, does that, and you just finished with the water that develops from that storm drain, is any of that water captured in the system you just described?
No, we're not utilizing that water.
Okay, so
There's-
that's completely outside your retention
Correct.
system, okay. I heard from the previous speaker that once the water goes off the property, it's not your concern. And believe me, it's a concern to a lot of people that are downstream.
It is. No, it's always a concern, but the water comes onto the property first. The water that's the biggest concern is the water that comes onto the property.
I'm talking about from the storm drain.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, but you're not capturing it, so it's just being ignored.
No. Well,
Okay, all right.
it's a different issue.
And what is the basis for the calculation of 15%? On undeveloped property, you said only 15%, there's 15% is runoff, the rest is infiltrates, is that correct?
Typically, correct.
Okay, where does that number come from?
I pulled it off of this Regional Water Quality Control Board table. And there's, in the hydrocalc analysis, it calculates in a similar manner, but there's many published tables, and I use the Regional Water Quality Control Board
Is there a different?
table.
Do different sources have different percentages?
It is somewhat subject to interpretation, correct.
As much
It's a function of the soils, the compaction of the soils, and so it's,
Wouldn't it also be a function of the saturation? If you had back-to-back storms, you'd have more runoff than you would if it was a first storm of the season?
that is correct, yes.
So what would the feasible range of that be, from less than 15% to how much more than 15%?
On the basis of the soils holding water, and being fully saturated, it would approach 1 under certain storm conditions.
No, I understand, but I mean, we
Yeah.
had a couple of back-to-back biggies last
Sure,
year, and, you know.
we did.
The ground was already damp, if not close to fully saturated, and then we get another 3 to 6 inches right behind that, so, you know, it stands to reason most of that water went down the hill instead of being, infiltrating. Okay, my last question is, what was that total amount of gallons for toilet flushing you said?
300 gallons a day. So I got that from the EPA tables.
Like 100,000 something, that. you had a-
Yeah, 100,000 for the year.
Okay, so how many toilet flushes is that?
It's on the order of 31% of potable water use.
No, I just-
Again, from the
how many
public
times do you
tables.
hit the handle for that kind of number?
Yeah, to get that, it would be on the order of over 100 toilet flushes
A day?
per day.
Seems like an unrealistic number to use. I mean, I don't know how many people
yeah.
live in this house, but
It
just
probably
seems-
captures the showers. It's probably more.
no, because it's water that's reused for toilet flushing.
So, correct, and a lot of this is, as engineers, we have to kind of calibrate our assumptions. And so if I went straight from the EPA tables, it was on the order of like 430 gallons per day, based upon the wastewater, the flows for the, it's a big house. It's not, there's on the order.
Not the size of the house, it's the number of occupants that would.
Correct, and theoretical occupants, and so actual occupants, and so then it's, how do we control that, really? So I did reduce the number somewhat, and I could reduce it even more.
Okay, thank you.
I understand the system part. I'm good with that.
Okay. Dee?
Yeah, I would ask, since we don't have Mr. Bolton here, I understand, could you go and explain, just for layman purposes, the amount of water for a 25-year, 50-year storm, a 100-year storm? There was a calculation done regarding the difference between them and the amount of water captured, and just so that we understand, like, how much water would be captured in the 100-year, because we heard that it's gonna be dissipated by April. I mean, I don't know if that's dependent on the 100 toilet flushes a day, or you could last now to May if it's not quite 100 flushes a day, or what. But can you provide for layman's terms what the difference was? Because there had been earlier discussions about 25-year for this site when it was the 2017 project, and then you guys ended up increasing that to 50-year, and now it's I understand you're willing to do the 100-year storm, but how much water is that?
Sure.
And in terms of the 2 winters we've had, that's
Sure,
another thing, is people have a better idea.
These numbers come from the LA County Flood Control Manual and the rational method, and they're larger numbers because it's really sized. It's the whole model is set up to drain and avoid flooding. So it's really skewed in larger numbers than the actual numbers as a result of the factor of safety. The 100-year storm is, and I'll just give, I didn't convert all of them to gallons. Well, the 100-year storm is on the order of 79,000 gallons and change.
Per 38% of 2 acres, is that what you're talking about? Because you're saying the impermeable is 38% and it's 2 point something acres, so
It's 38% on the west, or which, one on the, 39% on the east and 38% on the west. So yeah, 38% on both, 38 and a half, right?
2 point some acres.
Yeah, and so, and the numbers are presented in the hydrology report. I think you do have this, do you have this hydrology report in the appendix of your information? Okay, great. I don't have a slide for it, but on page 2, he's got the numbers in cubic feet, and so it's, the 100-year storm is 10,583 cubic feet, and the 50-year storm is only 500 gallons less, 10,076. So it's according to the LA County standard protocol. The 2-year storm or 5-year storm, depending upon where it lands, because it doesn't, the LID volume doesn't necessarily correlate with the years, is only 3,772 cubic feet. So that's about 28,000 gallons, and the 100-year storm is about 80,000 gallons. And we have an 80,000 gallon cistern specified.
I mean, and the amount of water we received in the storms in 2023, and 2024 earlier, what did that equate to? How many gallons?
Well, this is per storm. This 80,000 gallons is per storm event. And so typically, the storm events, this is on the order of, just from memory, I think it's like 6 inches. I didn't, 6 or 8 inches of rain, the 100-year rainfall. And most of the rain events are less than an inch, a few inches. And so they really build up over time. And so really from a water management standpoint, it's best to look at the entire rainy season rather than one storm event.
Right.
Because there aren't, the probability of 200-year storms in the same month is statistically very low.
I know, but the
as well.
saturation of the ground is a contributing factor when you have back-to-back storm events. So how does this hydrology calculation help us understand this house's ability to withstand and not distribute more water if we have 2 winter storms and a series of storms like we've had in the last 2 years?
Mm-hmm. So for that reason, in my analysis, I use the average numbers as a result of the nature of an average by definition. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. You can do standard deviations and statistics to calculate where it's all going to fall. And so as it stands to size a cistern for a 100-year storm is unprecedented. I've never sat in front of a commission and done so, and I've been doing this for 25 years. So I would say that to size for 2 storms in a month, we just need a bigger cistern. Because as you see, we can keep building bigger cisterns, but is that really, in that same time period, there's runoff that's from off-site that's running through the ravine as well. And so what is the obligation, like, how far does the property have to go for reasonable use?
Yeah.
And as I stand here in front of you and I present this, the post-development condition is improved upon the existing development condition.
I was trying to get a better idea in terms of with the storm events we've had recently, that obviously contributed to, we see land movement in Rancho Palos Verdes that has been pretty severe.
Sure.
So how did these compare, like in terms of, if we're getting like 2 back-to-back storms that are 6 to 8 inches over 5 days, how will this 100-year cistern hold up to that amount of water coming in, for 5 days and then having a break for 3 days and another storm right after that?
Okay, I have an answer to that.
So if we don't have a house here, we have 200-year storms, all of the water goes down the canyon.
Right.
If we have a house here with everything that we're building, we are reducing as much as possible of the water that would normally go down the canyon. So this is what we need to look at. Without the development, all of the water goes down the canyon.
If I could elaborate.
Sure.
Sure. So in that isolated event, there will be more discharge. However, for the remainder of the events, there will be less, because the site will overperform under the normal condition. And so there will be a net reduction in water infiltrating into being discharged from the site. So overall, throughout the entire year and throughout the years, plural, there will be less water infiltrating. And so one thing important to understand when we're talking about infiltration of water, and our geologists can attest to that, it's a matter of years of typically that the water will migrate downward. And so if there's a little bit if there's more during a specific rain event that infiltrates, but overall there's less on an ongoing basis, there's less water being introduced into the subsurface.
Okay, I guess there have been questions posed by residents and others about if you have a lot of water coming in and it reaches the capacity, there's only so much that the toilet flushing can do. So is there a plan in place to kind of slowly dissipate the water if it gets to capacity and overcapacity, so that it's not just flowing out and gushing out whatever the overage is? There's some methodology for releasing it slowly and in a moderated fashion, so it's just not going right off the brink.
So that would be with a detention. There is a way to mitigate the flow rate in that capacity.
But are these cisterns designed with something? And if so, what is that design?
So it's an orifice system in the cistern. The overflow itself has certain sized holes as the water level rises, and so more as the water rises, an increased rate is discharged, and so that with the intent being the pre-development discharge rate is not exceeded. So that's that's a fundamental element of drainage design that the county typically addresses in plan check as well.
Somehow, when the water gets to a certain level where it's reaching the capacity of the cistern, there's some holes in the
Yes.
cistern where it seeps out, but it's controlled, so it's not a large amount of water, or, I mean, I'm trying to get an idea to
Yeah, and
visualize.
it's a different analysis and report than it's presented here to you in front of you, because it's typically done for plan check. But and the hydrocalc is used to calculate pre-development flow rates and post-development flow rates. And then the detention system is sized to reduce the post-development rate to less than the pre-development rate. So that's, and that's more of a concern typically when the down gradient drainage system is not adequately sized to convey stormwater. Because another alternative is to analyze the down gradient drainage network and determine if this increase in volume, I'm sorry, in quantity rate, at a rate, if it can handle it. But it's typically the detention element is implemented.
Okay. Did you do any calculations to how much is going to be mitigated versus the pre-development?
I personally didn't. I did see that, there's all the hydrology, the hydrocalc outputs that Dan did, and I'm certain he's got that addressed.
All right, well, I just thought you were going to cover
And-
this stuff, so I thought that would be
Yeah,
something you could cover.
so in this case, it's the volume that we're really leaning on the cistern specifically, because we're trying to reduce the volume of water being discharged as well, which is what's unique. And an 80,000 gallon cistern is it's a pretty big cistern, and we've got a lot of landscape, and we've got toilets to flush, and so overall we're able to accomplish a lot with this system.
Okay.
And I have what I hope are two very quick questions. The first one is, when I was looking at Mr. Bolton's reports on this, and I believe it was hydrocalc was what was used, because we had asked that whatever was being submitted was what the county used as well. I just wanted to make sure that hydrocalc is, that was one of our requests, that is what the county uses.
Yes,
Okay.
it
very
is.
good. And then just to kind of sum everything up, if I'm understanding you, are you saying that even with the structures and the impermeable surfaces that are being put on this property, if this were to be approved, that would, the systems that you're using here, the retention systems and the dispersal and everything, that the runoff would actually be less, that everything that you're doing is going to compensate for all of the impermeable surfaces that have been added, and that there will not be an increase in runoff from its current undeveloped natural state?
Okay.
I thought it was going to be easy,
Yeah.
sorry.
So on average, that is an accurate statement. There will be less. During periods of peak rain, there will be more. It will be mitigated with the detention component to slow it down, but it will still leave. And during average and less conditions, it is absolutely true.
Thank you. Any other?
Now, I want to understand, because the way I calculated, if you have a 5-year storm and you've got 0.38%, you've got 38% of 2.4 acres, 0.91 acre, you've got an 80,000 cistern, 326,000 gallons per acre foot, and you got an 80,000 gallon cistern. So if you're less than a 5-year storm, you would be putting nothing out. If you're getting a 25-year storm, 6 to 8 inches, 2 in a row, that's 1 acre foot. So my thought is unless you're having two successive 25-acre storms, you're going to actually be putting less water.
Correct.
Is that correct? That
Correct.
is correct.
Correct.
Because then you will, because then you're at more than 1 acre foot.
Yes.
See, I got it.
Huh?
All right, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falkenberg, we appreciate it.
All right.
You can breathe
Thank
again.
you, everybody.
You can breathe again,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
It's math. Nobody likes math.
Oh. I received a note from my pen pal over here. Just a reminder, Edison is shutting off our electricity this evening at midnight. And so, moving right along. That's just, yeah, we're all getting them. So that was what this note is. We're not passing anything that untoward. Just a reminder that I need to be moving things along. Okay. Hi. Thank you.
My name is David Gottschall. I'm a landscape architect. I'm the principal and founder of Terremoto, a landscape architecture studio based in Los Angeles, and I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of California. I'll be quick in that I've presented this landscape design to you before, but to summarize it briefly, it is our every intention to design and construct a garden that is almost uniformly native, with the exception of the redbud trees that I'll kind of speak to briefly on the plan. We want to build an ecologically progressive, thoughtful garden that will be very useful to butterflies and birds and provide habitat. And in large part, we've identified a lot of the pre-existing native species that are downslope from us, where we're actually leaving and not really doing any landscaping because that's intact indigenous ecosystem. But we're kind of building off that and going to be building a horticulturally thoughtful garden that will bring beauty and purpose and usefulness to animals as well. I'll pretty much just jump into the changes that have been made to the plan since we spoke last. And you can see here in this plan, here, I'll use the handy dandy laser. Around the house, surrounding the house, we have a native garden that is composed of species that will complement the architecture of the house, a little bit of screening like here and there near windows and things like that. Our main kind of native chaparral landscape is flanking the edges of the property. That, for all intents and purposes, that's mostly a mix of a lot of these like lower 2 to 4 feet tall plants that you're seeing there. We are using non-native Cercis canadensis forest pansy. These are short trees. They're 12 feet tall. There was a picture in John's presentation of those, and those are kind of dotting in that area. And lastly, to your point, Patrick, we are proposing Quercus agrifolia. We just started getting feedback via John from your environmental consultant. She actually asked the question about if they were appropriate for this area. It was our previous understanding that because of the mostly downslope condition of where we were planting them, that it might be okay, but this is a conversation that we'll have, and should the species need to change to a scrub oak or something, so be it. But we will work with, I believe, Carrie from EDA Associates to kind of make final determination of that. And yeah, it'll be a beautiful water-wise, though water thoughtful in that we have some water that we're going to need to be reusing as well. So some of the plants will be riparian plants as well to be able to tolerate the water from the cisterns as well. So that's my relatively brief spiel.
We're very cognizant of trees that block neighbors' views.
Oh, I should say,
You have to
of course.
be aware of the neighbor, and you can't block their views.
Okay, understood, noted. And I should say that we previously had a grove of Lionothamnus, which is a, say again. Yeah, and those we removed those from the plans, given the concerns and the feedback that we were getting. It wasn't a hill we were interested on and taking a stand on.
Thank you, David. Any other questions for David?
So, I read somewhere in this report that a a large percentage or maybe the majority of this is going to be native plants, the landscape?
Yes.
Landscaping? And I thought I saw that within 1 to 2 years after establishment, they won't need irrigation?
That's true, though what I should also state is that a lot of these species here, native plants will also benefit from, they will perform better than they do in a truly unwatered, non-watered situation, and actually like hold on to their green color much farther into the season given supplemental irrigation. That being said, it's possible to turn the irrigation off with some of the species once they're established, but given the water surplus that we are now going to be reutilizing with the cisterns, we'll be redirecting some of that water to like black sage and the lamus grass, which is here, because those are species that can tolerate watering.
Well, I just wondered why you would, I guess, boast that after 1 to 2 years they wouldn't need water, but that would then reduce the, I guess, the demand on the stored water. So, you know, you can't have it both ways. Either you're gonna water them in excess of, or after the 1 to 2 year establishment period, or you're gonna hold on to the water, so.
Well, that's a fair point, but that's why some of these species are riparian species. So though they are able to tolerate not having water once they're established, they also benefit from occasional inundation, which is why there's species you see near like little creeks and things like that.
Any other questions?
I just had a question. The height level then, now that you removed the plants from the mound, what's the approximate height level of the plants in the mound?
We've removed the trees from the mound. There is still a robust understory of plants in the mound, and I would say those average from 18 inches to 36 inches tall. A lot of it's Eriogonum cinereum, which is the coastal buckwheat, which is the plant that the Palus viridis blue butterfly uses for habitat. And those are about this tall. When they have their seed heads, they're that tall.
Okay. And then the live oaks that Councilmember Wilson was talking about on the side that can go, I think, 30 feet, or was it 60?
Yeah.
Those could be moderated to have another kind of tree that wouldn't be quite as tall?
We could use scrub oaks, and those grow much less tall.
What is the height? You didn't
Scrub oaks kind of max out at 15 feet tall. They're pretty little guys.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Next?
I think I'm last, so. Can you hear me okay if I talk like that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So my name's Alan Rigg, assisting with the project. I have a long history with drainage, design originally, and then as a public works director and a city engineer and a consultant for various cities on the Hill. In particular, I was the public works director, city engineer for Palos Verdes Estates for 14 years. And for the past 22 years, I've been the drainage consultant for the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. And this whole project and what you're going through now is very, very familiar with what we went through about 15 years ago when development started being allowed again in Rancho Palos Verdes and Portuguese Bend. The issues are very, very similar. We don't want infiltration, and we don't want off-site flows to cause any damage. So what we did in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, and it's still the standard today, is when you do a development, you calculate your, as has been done here, excuse me, you calculate your flows after development, you calculate your flows before development, and you need to detain the delta. And that's a clarification I want to make on what some of the other folks have said. We're not retaining the whole detaining, retaining the whole 100-year storm. It's the delta above what would be the natural flow from the site. So that's what the detention requirement is. And just as a clarification, City Rancho Palos Verdes, the storm we use is 25 years. The 100 years is great. It's wonderful for the downhill folks. It's wonderful for the irrigation needs, but it's higher than, quite frankly, I've ever seen. So the way the systems work in Rancho Palos Verdes is you have a tank, usually a couple thousand gallons for a small single-family lot. The water gets accumulated usually from roof drains. It then is released over the next 24 hours to get the capacity again for the next storm. And the difference between Rancho Palos Verdes and here is that in Portuguese Bend, there's actually a storm drain system that's hard bottom, a series of roadways and storm drains that carry the water to the ocean. The difficulty with what we face here is with the soft bottom canyons and downstream from the site, this water will infiltrate. And if we release this at a slow rate, what would actually happen is those slow rates are going to percolate even more. And the overriding goal, it would seem, that what we all want to do is to keep water out of the ground. That's what's causing the land movement. We do need to keep the off-site flow rates down. This is the first project I've ever been involved with in my career in which we're not only looking at the flow rates, so how fast is the water going off-site, but also the volume of water that's going off-site. And it's an interesting one. I love the system that's been designed because in the end, the water that hits the site is either going to go into the ground on the site or with the downstream system, a lot of it's, if not all of it's, going to percolate as well into the ground. So the water is all going to end up in the ground somehow, it would seem. And so any mitigation to keep the water from the ground and into the air for the irrigation, for the toilet flushing like, is an improvement. And that's the way I see this whole system. And I hope that it could become a precedent and a sample for the city. As you go forward, there's going to be other projects, and they're going to want to get developed. And rather than looking upon them as a detriment to the whole hydrology runoff percolation issue, if this system has been proposed, was implemented, there's going to be more water going into the air than is going into the ground, which is a net benefit. I really do like the system. It's true when you have competing needs, you want to detain the peak storm runoff, you want to retain, there's really two different things. You're detaining the water from flowing downhill, which is like the Rancho PV system. What you're also doing is you're retaining the water so it never goes anyplace. It doesn't go into the ground. It doesn't go down into the storm drains. It doesn't infiltrate downstream. So it serves the best purpose, which is to keep the water out of the ground and does detain those flows. I appreciate all the comments, and we took a hard look at what to do with the Little Klondike Canyon and the water going in there. Whether, I don't know how on earth you could study if there's some kind of a hole which is water's all flowing down. The geologists did a heck of a job. I wouldn't want to be crawling down the canyon, but I just don't know how you prove that. But the one thing that when you take a look and being a city, kind of a municipal person myself, and looking at policies and overall solutions is, and I've done lots of storm drain master plans and sewer master plans, and you take a look at what your ultimate goal is, and then you figure out very methodically how do you get there. And the goals would be, and I've heard it from my team, has been quoted, which is we need to take that water from Crest and we need to take it all the way to the ocean. It doesn't infiltrate. And so that's the ultimate solution. So not only would I view this project as a positive for the infiltration, but what we would commit to, and I would leave it to how we figure out the exact what the commitment would be. But we definitely, the owner is committed to helping her part of the issue get solved. Meaning, how do we get a pipe on the property? I don't know if you're going to do some kind of an assessment district, easements, whatever it might be. You have her commitment. She doesn't want it percolating into her ground. She doesn't want the erosion over the years. So she has the commitment to help solve that issue as well. So that's what we would offer, is I would offer is the explanation that I would view this as a template for other projects to help minimize the amount of water that goes into the ground. And I would also look at this as an opportunity to solve that issue that it sounds like all the neighbors want as well, which is let's get this this pipe in. The thing I would hesitate on is this. If the water's really percolating into the ground, to just do the pipe on our site would be irresponsible, because you're going to increase the flows that are downstream, and who knows what the impacts of that are going to be. So we need to be part of a regional solution in which you, and Rancho Palos Verdes, of course, because most of the pipes in their city, come up with a solution. Of course, they want it as well. They don't want the water into the ground. It's a little bit harder in Rancho PV because the ground's moving. And I know that over the years, I've worked with their public works director, the half-round pipes along PV Drive South. They try to collect the water and more flexible. It's a tougher design down in Rancho PV, but together, we're committed to helping solve that as much as we can during the development of this project. And that's what I had to say.
Your commitment again, so if I follow it, you're committed, if necessary, to run a pipe from the stormwater drain on Cress down to the next stormwater intake south of your property? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we would participate. It would end up being a public drain, I'm sure. It needs to be with the Homes Association. And we want to facilitate that. And I don't know, we haven't designed it, so would there need to be easements? What would be a cost sharing with the, I would expect it to be an assessment district, so.
Where that one dumps anyways. No one, well, somebody knows, I'm sure.
It dumps slightly below, where is it?
Below the road down there?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. It's just below the green area, correct, is where the storm drain ends? Yeah, okay. I thought it showed on the diagram.
Someone here knows.
So so our piece of it, we don't know the overall solution. So, and that's, like I say, I don't know everything that's downstream. But I would hope you folks would look at this as an opportunity to get a commitment to help solve this regional problem. It really is a regional problem. The landslide didn't, it's not our fault. It's nobody's fault. Everybody's looking for somebody to put at fault, right? But I think that if you take a look at those two components, we're a very small part, but a part of the solution, which is where I would hope the community and neighbors would view this. This house is not going to impact the landslide, and with the hydrology and the way that we're working this, it could be a significant help to it, and that's what we want to do.
And then your comment that the water goes into the air, what was that about versus into the ground? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So I mean, you're getting evaporative loss somewhere that I'm not aware of? What's going on?
Yeah, the water that's used for irrigation that goes on the plants either goes through evapotranspiration through the plants or just evaporates into the air. So it
subsurface irrigation system.
Those are separate. Those are from the septic system, and I would defer to the expert on that to go into the details on it.
Is that right?
Just the septic system is subsurface, correct? The rest of it
is surface?
Is surface, yes. In this case, the less efficient we are, the better we are.
We're going to need, we can't.
That's evaporative.
Okay. Anything else from me? Otherwise, I think, Frank, that's the end of our presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, the property owner, yes, sorry.
I guess in terms of the commitment you mentioned, is that something that you're saying you would incorporate into the approval? That there would be a commitment on the part of the owner to participate? I'm just asking, what do you meant by that, to participate in a
The problem is no one knows
Right.
what it
regional
is.
drain? I mean, we don't have a plan yet.
Correct. Yeah, any condition of approval needs to be concrete and something to point towards, so it's really up to you all to judge
I agree, you can't craft I wouldn't try to craft a condition on the fly like that, that's gonna be, but you've got an owner that wants the same thing you do, which is not to have that canyon on her property with the water rushing through it and erosion, so you're in the same directive or same desire to eliminate that. And as we go forward, we're committed. We could do easements as needed. As far as a financial commitment, I'm not sure what that would be, but that's our commitment on the record, and if it's not a condition of approval, then I know it's not enforceable, but you have our word on it. So that's it.
So and just before you come by, I would just like to make one comment. We've been working for quite some time. One of the reasons we asked the county to come here is this issue about trying to capture the water from this area, getting it down, not just dumping it in RPV, and getting it down to the ocean where it belongs, is something we've been asking for the county for help with for a long time. So I'm just, we're aware of what we're trying, we understand that is the goal of the residents, and also the city is what we would like to see have happen on that. I'm sorry, okay. Now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
I'm here again. My name is Yuki Ogasawara, and I am the owner of 23 Crest. And I'm going to be mindful of the time just very quickly. This is past my bedtime also, so I can't believe how long these things go on. But just on that last comment, you know, I think just very simply put, I really want to be part of a solution with everybody. I realize that there's, you know, things that are much bigger than that we can control by one resident or one house. And so if there's anything that I can do to contribute, I'd love to be, you know, part of that conversation and see where that goes. And I realize, I just wanted to say first thanks to my whole team for being up here and explaining everything and working very hard in these last few weeks. And then also a big thank you to you guys too for everything that you have to read. I cannot believe the things that we have all gone through, that you have gone through this last couple of months. The craziness of the movement. I mean, it's just, I'm just as much in shock of everything that's going on. And I can imagine that it's been very, very difficult for you guys also. So a big thanks for spending the time. I can't imagine the hours that you're spending in meetings with committees and people. So I also just wanted to say really quickly that I am very mindful, and my thoughts are with my neighbors also that are here, and I am very, you know, mindful of the fact that there has been some very, very difficult things going on, and so it's in some ways, it's you know, I have a struggle like talking about this great house I want to build and all this, you know, when other people are struggling with the situation that we've been presented with the landslide. So I just really wanted to say thank you, and I am aware and I am mindful of this, and I do want to be part of a solution. So thank you, and thanks to everyone.
Any questions? I actually have one, and I hope it's not inappropriate, so yank my chain if we have to, but as you've seen what's going on, and you've designed it, and your team has done you've heard over and over again, this is more than we've seen anywhere else. You're asking for more. There's so many good things about this project. But as the owner, and seeing what's been happening, like two of the members of the council here actually have had their utilities turned off. So, you know, maybe we're a little sensitive, but not, understandably so. You've got this property, this gorgeous property, 200 feet from where all this stuff is happening. Aren't you scared? Aren't you, I don't know if scared is the right word, but doesn't it give you pause?
I was going to also mention, I appreciate you guys' questions, because I've had the same questions, and I've had reviews with my team back here asking similar questions. So I understand about, you know, there is no guarantee. I mean, this is partly Mother Nature, what's going on. And so there's absolutely no 100% guarantee that none of us can ever walk away with. So I am concerned, if you're asking me. Honestly, yeah, there's a part of me that's concerned. But there's also a part of me that, you know, sees where it is, and it may be another 100 years before it starts moving, who knows? And I'm not going to be here another 100 years. So I don't, you know, in the immediate time, I'm actually not that concerned, because I do understand from the studies that's been done that this has been moving for a while. And, you know, the property that I'm on hasn't moved. And yes, I mean, in some ways, I am happy that I'm not one property further, you know, to the right, which is actually closer to the flying triangle. So in that way, I'm a little bit like, okay, I am close. You know, it does make me nervous. It does. But at the same time, I think, like I said before, this is the property that I've committed to and that I'm invested into, and I'd love to be part of the community, and so I would like to be able to, yeah, build on. And
We're appreciative of your stated mindfulness of the neighbors, because obviously it's a big
yeah,
concern.
oh, no, it's horrible. No, I'm very, very, very aware of the fact that there's this very big kind of schism going on between this beautiful project I want to do, and then there's, yeah.
All right, thank
It's a
you
hard
very
time.
much.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah. So that's it for the applicant team. Do we have LA County here?
Yeah, one.
Mr. Dorda?
Come on in.
I hope you've been taking notes and.
Hi, good evening, council members, mayor. Thanks for having me. Michael Dorda, the office manager for the Lomita Building and Safety Office. So I manage the plan check staff there, the permit technicians and the inspectors that go out in the field. I've been in that office I've been the manager there for about 5 years, and I've worked for the county for about 21 years. I started actually plan checking in that office and plan checking houses in Rolling Hills in 2003. So I've been around here a long time. Okay, so what are the questions?
Jem, we'll start with you.
I mean, you've seen, other than today's presentation, have you reviewed any of their application prior, or just what we've seen now today?
I had looked at a plan that John Signo had shared with me maybe 3 months ago. I went out to the site a couple months ago and met with Mr. Rain and Mr. Partridge and a few others.
So I know that we've never had a 100-year cistern before, and including the septic and all that, and a drainage. It sounds quite promising, but I think, you know, obviously we're looking at the amount of runoff and seepage into the ground now versus after the project, now untouched, versus 38% of 2.4 acres will be permeable. I know you haven't done all the numbers, but in your assessment, does it appear accurate? There actually is less potential damage after this project, secondary to water into the ground, than there is currently, or runoff versus currently? Right, I know you gotta run numbers.
Yeah, well, my staff would have to run numbers.
Right.
So just to quickly tell you, my background is I do structural engineering. I manage, and as you can see with all the staff here for one building, there's civil engineering is very broad. So there's drainage and grading engineers, there's geotechnical engineers, there's different departments. So when someone submits plans to building and safety, we have to send the soils report, the geotechnical report to GMed, and we have engineering geologists who review that. One of those is Karen Berger, who was at this, she's been to a few meetings here. I've got a drainage and grading engineer in my office who reviews the drainage and grading plans. When I was a plan checker, I would make sure that buildings could stand up in an earthquake, make sure they had moment frames, that sort of thing.
Right.
So I can't specifically answer the drainage and grading, very specific drainage and grading questions. I know it's kind of been thrown around, what's the LA County's minimum requirement for
Right.
design, for designing the size? And it is 25, it's a 25-year to a 50-year storm, but, so 100-year is obviously much,
Right.
you know, much greater than that.
I got no actual questions or concerns regarding the bedrock, the caissons, the basement. I think that's all probably well within the acceptable standards. Our concern is obviously not even water on site, it's downstream water, that's all. So I got no other questions.
Pat?
So, living in the Flying Triangle and having a project before you for a very small barn and having to have had dealt with the GMED, I know how difficult that process can be. So I don't know if the applicant is going to go through the county or go through Wildan, but if it was the plans were submitted to Wildan, is their process as rigorous as it would be for the county and GMED?
When a project is submitted to Wildan, County Building and Safety doesn't see any part of it. So we don't inspect it, we don't issue permits for it, and we don't require them to go through certain agencies. So that is on Wildan to require that project to go through certain agencies. So I can't speak to Wildan's review process when it comes to soils and geotechnical reports. They don't use, I can tell you 100%, they don't use GMED, so Geotechnical Materials Engineering Division with the county. So they don't confer or refer to GMED for any part of their project.
So would you say it's a less rigorous process then, or you don't know?
I wouldn't be able to answer that accurately. The only thing that I've heard advertised from Wildan is that it's a more expeditious process. I don't know if that means that it's less rigorous or if they're looking at less requirements than we are.
Okay, thanks.
Jeff?
To us, I mean, I break this into different pieces. One, I want to make sure nothing happens. She's going to spend a lot of money, she's going to build a house, and I want to make sure nothing happens negative. So it doesn't move, it doesn't all those sort of things. The second part is how does it affect the neighbors? And that's not necessarily the right order of those, but the third piece of it is a storm drain and the drainage systems that have forever has always been, you build a house, like we built a house, you probably plan checked my house, you build a house, and when we did it, we sent all the water to the bottom of the canyon, all of it. And that's how it was done when we built. And trying to find what that is on doing something that is as least, that is not going to do any more negative on the people downstream, while there's still a second, which is sort of Lee and I work on this all the time, which is what's in the bottom of that canyon all the time. But the standards that you have to approve to, Wildan would have to approve to those same standards, correct?
Yes, to the building code. I just can't speak to their review process.
I'm okay with that.
Correct, the same standards apply no matter if you go with the county or Wildan.
And the standards that you would approve to in your building is to the building code.
Right.
Not more, not less, not whatever that is.
Right.
And if the plans they give you don't meet those standards, then you're gonna make them meet those standards to happen.
That's correct.
And so Wildan would have to do that even if we don't understand what the process is, but they would have to meet those same standards.
Yes.
Correct, yeah, so the way that our municipal code is set up, that, yeah, they serve as the kind of two potential options for the building official. So yes, it's the exact same building code. Once again, I believe myself and John Signo asked them that very same GMED question, and while it's my understanding, John, you can correct me, they don't have a division titled GMED, they have engineers and they have individuals with that same level, I shouldn't say that same level, with a level of expertise in that very same field, that it is then also separated and sent to them.
Okay, so, because from my, making sure it meets what that is, and just because someone had brought this up a different time, if this gets approved and it has the 100-year system in it, and you guys go, well, that's more than we need, they cannot not deliver what is the minimum we put on whatever the approval is, right? You guys would not be like, that's too much, we can do something less?
Yeah, and just so if you don't mind, there is a condition of approval in the proposed resolution that anything dealing with this topic must be approved by the city. With all due respect, Mr. Dordan, no matter what the county says, they need to come back and get approval from the city.
That's my
Which
question.
includes the 100-year cistern.
Correct, as proposed.
Yeah. All right, so Mr. Dorda, in response, we've talked a lot, and I realize you're not the one that actually looks at the geologic and the hydrologic aspects of this property, but those are the ones that are most concerning, obviously, especially to people surrounding and those downhill from them. So my question is, with regard to this, when your people are looking at those concerns, are they looking at it only with respect to the subject property, or do they consider the safety interests of adjoining properties, people below, people on side of the property? What kind of review, in other words, goes on at the LA County level to be able to get inspection passed and a building permit?
That's a great question. I don't think I'll be able to fully answer it without my drainage and grading engineer here. I can definitely relay that question to them. I will say that in more than a decade ago, the general idea was to get the water off your site into a public way or into a natural drainage course. But as the code has developed, now the intent is to keep as much water on site as you can and use that water for irrigation and those sort of things. So that's what low impact development is, trying to find ways to retain the water on the site and use that water to your advantage. And so that it's less impactful on other sites. So the drainage design would try to either infiltrate on its own site, on your own site, or have some sort of retention, like the cisterns, or often there's planters or beds that you'll try to concentrate the water in so that you can use that water on site and not have as much water go off site.
And apart from that, wanting to use it on site so that there isn't as much discharge of the water downstream, are there any other factors you look like to alleviate any geologic and hydrologic impacts to adjoining properties or properties down below that you would say, you know what, we can't approve this unless you do certain things that would mitigate those concerns? Do you know of any other?
I don't think I could answer that completely. I do know that the drainage engineers look at the existing drainage off the site, and then with the development, look at the difference between what is existing now and what the development would, what the change would be with the development.
Is that more like a more global look to like what would be, the best possible situation here to mitigate what exists as far as storm drainage of our hillside properties? I mean, they don't really engage in that kind of analysis.
I'm probably, if Bolton or his staff was here, they might even be able to answer better than I could, because he's submitted to my staff so many times. But I will definitely have, if we have another meeting regarding this, I can have my drainage and grading engineer here to help answer.
And I'm going to save the rest of my questions, but I did just have one comment. The last meeting, when you weren't able to attend, I think we were all quite surprised that your department didn't seem to know anything about the Flying Triangle or what was going on down in RPV. And I know I was surprised about that, and I think we all were. And does your group know what's going on out here so that when they look at something, it isn't just I'm looking at this one particular thing without having any understanding of what's going on out here.
I'm not sure which staff member we're referring to. Was it Anthony Wong?
Yeah, it was Anthony and, yeah, and she didn't talk, it was
Okay.
basically Anthony, but,
The staff that is in my office is fully aware of what's going on. Anthony was transferred to our office from another area, as the drainage and grading engineers are regional drainage and grading engineers. So he's reviewed plans from this area before, but then he was transferred to another area and he's been transferred back.
so I wasn't trying to make any negative comments about him. It was just, you're the supervisor of the group, and
Right.
so I just wanted to make sure that if this plan gets approved, or any other plans that may be sitting there that have been previously approved by us, but not yet approved by you, is getting I don't want to use extra scrutiny, but the appropriate scrutiny for the level of what's going on around them, not just on that piece of paper. So if you're aware of that and you're responsible for that. Okay.
And my entire staff is aware of all the utility affected properties, and, we want to expedite all of those and do that.
Okay, thanks. Mike. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Dorter. We appreciate you coming out.
All right, thank you.
So it's so needy. Right? It's going.
Yeah, I think we're getting things set up here. Okay, so we're going to open this up for public comment. Given the number of people that we have in the audience and the fact that our lights are going to go out literally, do you want to put a time limit? Like, we had 3 minutes?
But they should be able to come back, too. I mean, I want to make sure one gets a chance to talk, but, I mean, this is important to folks, and so if everyone gets a chance at 3 or 5 minutes and someone really wants to say something different or more, I think they should get a chance to come back. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Then I don't mind.
That's fine, if that's all right with the applicants, if you understand that we're trying to do the right process here. So, and let everybody, we've taken up a lot of your time and our other residents' time, so we want to give everybody a fair chance. So are we okay with 3?
Yeah, why don't you just go
Is
3, so that way,
3?
and people run a little whatever, and then.
Okay.
And then
So,
if they need to,
I'm gonna start with first row with John, and then we'll go across, and then we'll go back.
Okay, Mr. Mockenbach,
Jumping on this.
you're in the box.
Thank you, Board, for letting me speak. My name is John Lockenbach. My wife and Heidi, we live directly below this. And there was some discussion that they couldn't find where the water sunk into Little Klondike Canyon. I have video, and I'd be happy to share it with their team, of the water coming off that, the drain there, over that corrugated piece of pipe, that, whatever, that 18-inch, and it comes down to about right there, and there's a kind of a waterfall. I don't know if the gentleman, you saw that?
I saw several.
Yeah, and you can see the bedrock formation coming out right there.
Put the dot right on it.
Approximately right in there where the fence makes a jog, where the neighbor's fence makes a jog right there. So I'm estimating that about, if you put a percentage on that water that was coming out of there, if you put it at 100%, probably 20% was coming down here. And you got to realize that it takes about 7 to 10 days of rain before water actually starts coming out right here. And so, we had a lot of heavy rains. And I think I heard a figure of like 30 inches of rain, something like that is what we had last year, something like that, or this last season. 23?
and 2 years in a row.
Okay.
20,
So I would say that
I'm wrong then, I'm sorry.
very little of that water came out through right there underneath the driveway. And so what's happened is where that water has gone into
the slide area, and it's not a fissure, it's a low spot, and the water accumulates and sinks in there. I can show it to you. But what's happened is our driveway right here has cracked and dropped 3 feet. And we've lived there for 15 years, and it's never happened before. So I've recently patched 65 feet and raised it up in length and raised it up 3 feet right there. We've had our gas shut off now, and I think, you know, if what Mr. Riggs was talking about, if we can get this water into a pipe, take it down to our property, we'll take it down to the next level. That's Charlie Rain's property, and then I don't know how we get it to RPV, but if we can get it out of this area, I think that's dramatically going to help our neighborhood right there.
So John, where does that lower intake by your house, where does it dump out? Where is it empty?
Okay, so Little Klondike's coming here. Here's our house, right, or here's a driveway.
Right.
Our house is about right into this area here. Yeah, you can see our house right there. And so it comes into that area right there, and then it continues on down the canyon towards Charlie's house.
Empty? I mean,
Oh, the pipe actually kind of drops off right into that area.
So it just goes under your road?
It goes underneath the driveway. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you got to realize that pipe's probably been there from the 1950s.
Yeah.
And one other thing I'd like to let you guys know is that this lot right here is lot 54. Ken Thomas owns that now, but that used to be the old Wagner property. Beautiful place, house, pool, tennis court, ranch, all fell apart. It's gone. Okay. So, and then one other comment I'd like to make, not about the water, but is the Sunset Terrace. That's kind of new to me. That wasn't on the original program, but you know, we enjoy our privacy where we are, and we're going to be looking up there, and that thing's going to be looking right down our front door. And I'd like to make a suggestion that you just take the trellis off. It's something to think about. But you could have the pad there, but the trellis off.
So John, before you sit down, one more question. You're more concerned about the water coming down the canyon from the crest than you are about the water from this house? Is that what your biggest issue is?
The other thought I have is you've got these cisterns that are over here, right, on the side there. And when those, after 6-inch rain, they're going to fill up.
It's 6 inches, it will. It's 0.91 acres.
Okay, so the last storms we've had, they would have filled up.
They would have.
And now that water, I don't know where the riprap is, but I would think that it would be going into Little Klondike. If the house wasn't there, all the water would just go down this way, but now it's being directed over here.
John, if you can see the split, you can see on this one right there, that line coming straight up, kind of at 10 o'clock.
Okay, so
Yeah, there's the
it's
one.
going that way and that way, yeah.
They're draining off to the sides.
So this is interesting too. I don't know what the name of this canyon is.
Klondike.
Well, Big Klondike is over here. That's Little. I don't know what this name is. But the water never runs out of this thing. I can hear the water percolate, and this is heavily vegetated. The water somehow goes into this area and never comes out. The only water that comes underneath our driveway is from here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Heidi?
Heidi Mockenbach, 56 Portuguese Bend Road, John's wife. My concerns are a little bit different. I grew up in Rolling Hills. I went through the slide of 80 during that time period. So today I took some time and I went back to I pulled up the minutes from the city council meetings in 1979 and 1980 and 1981. They're very interesting, and I would tell you to take the time and look at them, because what they talk about is there was a moratorium that was in that area, and there was a gentleman named Mr. Weber who had it removed. Tina Clifton, who was the city manager at the time, along with the city council, had it removed because he wanted to sell off his properties so they could be developed. And they removed it. And if you go through the minutes, you see all of the cast of characters, Mrs. Carol Hoffman, and Major Langer, and all of the original people who lived down there who lost homes that were trying to fight it. But they lifted it. They built on those properties, and they moved a ton of earth. I remember watching them just grade and dig and dig. They never hit bedrock. It triggered the slide along with the rain, and homes just were destroyed. I mean, we watched our neighborhood just go down the drain. I realize that their property is not in the slide, but it is damn close. And I have lived through this when people, for the greed, I don't know if it's greed or just the selfishness of wanting to have their own private dream home, but I have lived through it. I beg you to put a moratorium on that area. It is not the time to be building right now. I do not want to lose my house, and I do fear that we will have implications from this build. I think it is a bad idea. I think it is so dumb. We are so close to the slide. This gentleman came down and he walked the canyon today, and I tried to get him to come down so I could show him what's going on. He didn't have time. I understood that. But darn it, you guys need to understand, this is not a matter of you just want to build some major home. We are below it, and doing that will disturb what's going on. You're moving a ton of earth up there. It's crazy. So anyway, I know I'm emotional, but I'm pissed off, and I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Heidi. Mr. Visco?
Oh, no, Ken.
Oh. What did I do wrong?
I thought we were going row by row.
Oh.
Next. Anyways, we'll do Ken next.
They can raise their hand.
Yeah, Alfred Visco, 15 Century Road. I'm going to let others address the drainage issues, or especially those who live right around that. I'm going to depart a little bit from my prepared statement to say that we purchased our property 40 years ago on Century Road. And other than the normal expansive soil, settlement, whatever, had never had a problem until June of this year. And before I purchased it, I had geologists come out. They gave reports, no problem. Flying triangles on the other side of the canyon, you're good. There's nothing happening below you or in either side. That was true up until this June for 40 years. And it changed. So something is happening which is changing the situation. Charlie will probably talk about what was happening in that little Klondike Canyon 10 years ago compared to what is happening now. It's changed. We've heard that. So now I'm going to just read my prepared statements just with another comment. First of all, there's an old saying that oral contracts aren't worth the paper they're written on. I've heard a lot of statements tonight from the property owner's team, specifically the geologist, that, oh yes, we're looking into this, we've done this, we've done that. That's all oral. I'm going to go on what's in the report, because that's the only thing that I can address. And that's the only thing you should be looking at. All these other comments are nice. Put it in writing and put it in the report and analyze it. So let me just go forward now. It must be kept in mind that this project is quite frankly massive in scope, both in the structural and flat work coverage of 36,590 square foot, which is approximately a little more than 0.8 acres, and the disturbed area of 87,770 square foot, which is a little more than 2 acres. Under the heading of environmental determination, the following statement is set forth. Assertions that this project will have some different or dispositive impact, and I'm not even sure what the word dispositive really means, some different or dispositive impact on land movement issues in the city is not supported by any technical evidence. Unfortunately, this is a prime example of not finding what you're not looking for. The Hamilton Associates cover letter is dated May 23rd, 2024, and is entitled Geotechnical and Geological Report Update. Thus, on its face, it does not and cannot take into any consideration the recent land movement in Rolling Hills, which commenced in approximately June/July 2024, and of course the GS survey reports published commencing on September 14th, 2024. Nor does it take into consideration the recent geological reports and studies set forth in Rancho Palos Verdes City Council meetings since May, at least May of 2024. Delving into the actual Hamilton and Associates report, it even becomes less supportive of the foregoing environmental determination. For example, all of the geotechnical and geological engineering investigation on the subject site was performed in 2013 and 2014, more than 10 years ago. What was occurring 10 years ago is not occurring what is occurring now. As set forth in the Hamilton Associates report, the Flying Triangle landslide is purportedly located within 230 feet west of the west side margin and about 425 feet southwest of the proposed site development. There is no analysis done, of course, to determine if, in fact, this statement is currently accurate. The more recent RPV reports bring into question what has been historically viewed as the outer limits of the reactivated landslide area and wave a red flag as to the accuracy of the Flying Triangle landslide location as reported decades ago. And we're talking not just 10 years ago, we're talking 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years ago, especially when coupled with the new Rolling Hills land movement. The Hamilton Associates report goes on to state that the maximum depth of the Flying Triangle landslide mass is enigmatic. Some have indicated it is 76 feet deep, while others conclude it could be as much as 450 feet below the ground surface. Yet the deepest boring conducted on the site was only 59 feet. Again, not finding what you're not looking for. The only logical conclusion one can and should draw from all the foregoing is that the Hamilton and Associates report is inadequate and does not support the assertion that the project will not have an impact on land movement. The City Council should not approve the project and direct that a new geotechnical and geological report be prepared based on current and adequate geotechnical and geological engineering investigations. And I would add to my written statement, as part of this, they should put GS survey monitoring devices on the parcel and monitoring them at least for monthly thereafter. Given the size of that parcel, you're going to need more than 3. You're probably going to need about 10 to 12, my estimate. I would also urge them to hire McGee Surveying to do the monitoring so they can have some actual going out and walking on the site and saying, oh, everything's fine. That doesn't cut it. You can't even see what's in the little eastern canyon, which is full of vegetation. Nobody even knows what's in there. And you've heard what other people have said is happening in the western canyon, Little Klondike. This project should not go forward, not in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen?
No, go ahead. I'm going to pass for now.
Okay. Dustin?
Dustin McNabb, 11 Quail Ridge Road South. I want to double click on what Fred said and then get to another subject real quick. I think he's absolutely right. They didn't find what they were looking for. I've read multiple reports of geologic surveys and board reports of homes in and around my house. They showed bentonitic siltstone at a depth of about 45 feet, about 15 foot layers. These guys are about 100 feet above where we are, and they went down 59 feet. They missed the bentonite by over 50 feet. So they didn't go deep enough. They weren't looking for it, so they didn't find it. It's another 50 feet down. This whole hill sits on bentonitic siltstone, or this side of the hill, or that side of the hill, I should say. And it goes all the way up to Crest Road. And this has been documented in a number of different books. And so, you know, with all of that bentonite, building more homes and without understanding how all of this relates, especially to the Altamira landslide, I think we're headed into treacherous waters. And I'll go back to a comment John made at the beginning of the evening when he said there's no technical data that connects Quail Ridge and Cinch Ring to the 23 Crest Road project. Well, he's right. This thing only started back in June, as Fred just said. We didn't have any cracks. I didn't, in fact, back in June, if you had said that I was living in a landslide area, I'd say you're nuts. Landslide's over in Flying Triangle. Not me, but guess what? Now I am. I'm living in a landslide area, and so is Fred. And we don't know why, and it wasn't our fault. It wasn't anybody's fault, but we're living in a landslide area now. And whether or not it's connected to what's being proposed on 23 Crest Road, nobody knows. He doesn't know because he hasn't done his homework. We're trying to know. We're setting markers. We're putting out GPS markers. We've signed a contract with McGee. We're sharing our data. We're watching land movement. We're trying to figure it out. But I don't think, that we should make any decisions about future development until we know what's going on. And until we know what's going on, let's not build any more and cause any more problems. I did it in 3 minutes.
Thank you. Melissa?
Melissa McNabb, 11 Quail Ridge Road South. I'll let the other eloquent speakers talk about some of that technical stuff, but the thing that really struck me tonight, one of several, was so many people don't know, and I worry very much about if this project goes through the county because I was not impressed with the answers that the county representative shared. I thought there were quite a few I don't knows, and my staff's not here. So that created a lot of worry in my mind about what's going to happen to this project when it passes from our site. And that was very disturbing to me. Also, some of the comments that were made by the staff here of the owner, talking about, well, they just looked at the site that was the subject. And I understand that. But again, based on their discussions about just looking at the site and the county representatives' discussions of we may not, I don't know if we look at the other stuff or, maybe my staff does and he can't speak about Wilden. I was very concerned about what's going to be looked at. Also, the fact that there's not enough data yet. Everything's preliminary at this date, I'm being told, or limited. I am very concerned about them taking into a more global perspective what's happening in our area. So I don't have confidence that they will look at things in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
Thank you. You need to raise your hand if you want it. Ms. Bellis?
Yes. It'll take me a minute to get up there. Thank you. I have a suggestion. I would like to see a pretty little house sit where their water feature is and maybe pump the water out of that area instead of letting it slide down the hill and start to have our own drinking water for the area. So there's other ways to approach what's going on with the water. We have this whole area is an aquifer that is constantly lifting up. It's an artesian well, and artesian water is very expensive. So I think that what we should be doing
is taking some of these little areas that look like little houses that are, I'm not sure how many there are, and I was going to ask you, where are all these little pump houses and the water reservoirs for Cal water? We should be taking some of that water and bottling it and selling it or using it ourselves for our drinking water. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. Bellis.
And you could put a pretty little house there, too.
Charlie, did I see your hand? You did. I was looking for it.
Can I give it my 3 minutes?
No. Sorry, but you can take your 3 minutes. We've been a little generous with the 3 minutes, you may have noticed tonight, so.
First of all, to the applicants and the team, they've done a great job, and her sincerity and thoughtfulness, it doesn't go unnoticed, and to me, that means a lot. I totally appreciate that. I wish that prior to the experts, the geologists, the water guy, everybody, before they went out and they looked at what they looked at, they had talked with some of the people that really know this area. As you all know, I've been at it for a long, long time talking about this project. And I don't know if somebody has control over that thing. I'd like to. Oh, thank you. Just the parcel.
Yeah. And the laser's right there.
John. This thing?
The little pen.
Oh, that. Thanks.
That's Hamilton's laser. We can't forget that.
Take fit in my pocket. Okay, so 18 Crest Road drain is right here, right? Comes down, goes here. I have video from 2017 of this drain and all the water that comes out on this side. I have video of the water coming here, rushing down underneath there. I have it down here where it comes down to our property. And I have video from right here, panning up here and seeing massive amounts of water coming down here and no water coming down here. So what that tells me, prior to this house being built, is there is virtually no sheet flow off this property. It percolates in on site. And when it percolates in on site, and the only issue, as it has been for certainly the time that I've been concerned and thinking about this, we've been in our house down here for 20 years. We own the house right here next to it. We had that 30 years ago. Is all this water that comes down goes right into the top of the landslide now. It didn't used to. So the city council, city manager, association, they've all seen my videos from 2017 that shows massive amounts of water coming down, massive amounts of water flowing through. And I alerted them back in 2017 to my fear of that huge quantity of water going down. Last year, and actually the year before, I noticed it and it didn't register like it normally did because it took a lot of rain, as John said. It takes a lot of rain coming down before you start to see it down lower. But last August, end of August 2023, I alerted the association because everybody divvied up which drain belonged to who. And I alerted them that no water is coming down anymore. And I sent the videos again. I said, my concern in 2017 was all the water that's coming down. My concern now is none of that water is coming down. And we had 30 inches of rain versus 22 inches of rain in 2017. So massive amount of difference. All that water that's coming in is going in up here before it goes in, so it's the top of the landslide. It's a huge, huge issue, and it's something you should all be concerned about because it is doing massive amounts of damage. Now, I'm going to try and do this at an angle. So Cinch Ring is over here somewhere. Quail Ridge is over here somewhere. The movement of the slide is going this direction. It's going southwest. It's going like that. And that's, from what I understand, what is mapped, it's certainly the cracks we see on our own property is the land is moving that direction. And if you had the bigger map on there that showed those areas and it showed the molar flying triangle look of the slide, it pushes that way and it pushes right into the bottom of where the new movement is on Cinch Ring. And you can see it. To me, They are totally connected. I want to put some numbers to your cistern. So we had, in one storm last year, we had 12 inches of rain. Sorry, this year, 2024. We had 12 inches of rain. Those 12 inches of rain coming down, we got almost 500,000 gallons based on my calculations on the Crest Road watershed. So here it's basically 4 houses. I didn't even include the road. And I just did the approved impermeable surfaces up on Crest Road. It gave us 480,000 gallons going down here with those 12 inches of rain. That's a problem. It's a huge problem because that's all going in, right? If you take this and you have your 80,000 gallons of cistern, you have 3.5 inches of rain is going to go to fill up that cistern. And in that one storm alone, you have 8.5 inches of rain that is going to go down the canyon because it's all on the 37,000 square feet of impermeables that you're building. That is 195,000 gallons that this property has generated that's coming down and joining the other 500,000 gallons. Massive amount of water coming down in the landslide. The weight of that is 4.2 million pounds of that 12 inches of rain here. And we had almost 30 inches of rain. So if you take that over the season, it's just huge, huge, huge amounts of water that's coming in, lubricated the top of the landslide, and certainly the weight of it is also a factor. A couple things. Anthony Wong, who you mentioned earlier, he was asked to tell the city council what the course of questioning goes. So once the county gets the information, they go behind closed doors. There's an approval, goes to the county determines what they need to finally stamp a project. It's all behind closed doors. We asked Anthony, who is responsible if those calculations are incorrect? And he said, well, we go back and we ask the applicants to their experts. So they're Dan Bolton, and I'm sorry, the engineers. So if we go back to the engineers, who are the experts that did this? Well, Dan Bolton would be the one. So Dan Bolton, I don't know what his insurance is, $2 million, $3 million, $1 million, I have no idea. But there are 51 homes now that are involved in landslide, 30 of which were before, 20 that weren't. And if you take the losses of the neighborhoods below and the quantity, I'm sorry, the qualitative loss of value for all of us, it's massive. For us, I think everybody in the Flying Triangle, we lost 50% when they shut off our utilities. We're done. We've got halfway wiped out. You have the houses that weren't moving before, it's even worse because they didn't have issues before. Now they're moving, now they have to think about putting houses up on steel and how do they remediate, do they pull water out? So I would suggest, and I would like to know how much insurance the applicants, the people that the county's gonna come to and say, tell us the answer so we can stamp this project. I'd like to know how much insurance is available for those entities, because according to the county, according to Anthony Wong, the county's not responsible. They don't have a dollar in the game. It's all on the experts that they rely on to get the answers. Which takes me then to the city council. So we go back 1987, the lawsuit settled, the city, everything the city had done up until that time, and I'm repeating myself from X amount of meetings ago, the city cannot approve this project unless there is a ironclad condition that the building, the impermeable surfaces cannot be created until there's a pipe in place, so not one more drop of water comes down over and above what the 18 Crest drain is already dumping down on us. The association is 100% liable, along with the county, on the 18 Crest drain. I hope the city doesn't get involved to create more liability for themselves, because there's a whole bunch of people that don't want to do anything litigious down below. I'm one of them. Nobody wants to get involved in that. But if you set yourself up for this failure and you're basically jeopardizing, I think, the city, I think the association has already jeopardized the association, what they've done with that drain. That water is going to be the end of us. It will put my house, our house, in the bottom of a canyon. I know it will. If that house is built and nothing's done below, that's what's gonna happen. So I hope if you approve this, and I am not saying not to approve it, I'm not a moratorium advocate. I think that it will be an incredible addition to the city if it's built. I think it's beautiful, but I think it cannot be done unless there's a pipe in place that takes all the water that they generate and puts it in the ocean. And I think if that's done, it's a net win for all of us because it's that much less water that goes into the soil. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once, going twice. All right, Kathleen?
Hi, I'm Kathleen Hughes, 13 Caballeros Road. I would just like to ask the City Council to wait until we fully understand the slide. It's very clear to me that we don't fully understand the slide, and I've wanted to ask the geologists very
Oh,
directly.
excuse me, Kathleen, your comments are to us.
Oh.
It's not a back and forth question and answer, so you get to make a comment, but not ask them directly.
right.
I'm sorry about
One
that.
argument in favor of the project is that it's on bedrock. Do we know how deep that bedrock is? Everybody thinks if they're on bedrock, they're fine. We were told we were on bedrock. The impression I have is that no one truly, the geologists themselves don't truly understand this slide, that Quail Ridge and Cintring were surprised. And I want to echo what my friends and neighbors have said and just ask the owner to please consider waiting until we do understand it, because the geologists are now looking at Cintring and Quail Ridge saying, oh, maybe that's a different slide. The boundaries of what were the historic slide have shifted. So to me, it really doesn't make sense to approve it now. It makes sense to wait until we understand it. That's all.
Thank you, Kathleen. Jim?
I'm really concerned because.
Excuse me, this has to be recorded for it's public record, so if you'll take the mic and state your name, please.
Jim Partridge.
Thank you.
67 PBR. I'm really concerned about the city because there's no indication by anyone on the city council, no indication from the legal consultant that we have here or on the homeowners association that anyone has moved to take seriously what happened with the report from Rancho Palos Verdes. I've read every single one of them. I've read all the reports going back to the 50s. I stood there and watched them drill the holes in the 50s. And I studied the land movement in graduate school. And nobody's paying attention. And I got a letter from the attorney, I don't know if, a guy named Adam, different guy from you. But anyway, I got a letter, and it says, it would be against the law to send water down that canyon. Now, I'm going to finish the sentence for you. It would be against the law to send the water down that canyon unless it's in a pipeline. And nobody is paying attention to what's going on. And our neighborhood's at hazard, the city's at hazard. The water belongs to the city of Rolling Hills that's going down there. Whoever owns the road owns the water. And they're trying to sit there and subdivide the town. And it's disturbing when you can't even get a response to a letter concerning the 18 drain. It's going down the farthest upslope crack of the Flying Triangle landslide, which might affect your property. There's a huge possibility. You mentioned nobody predicted what happened on Cinchering and Quail Ridge. Well, I did. I wrote a letter to all of you, and I wrote it in May. And it said, if you keep mismanaging the water, you're going to see a continued upslope motion and movement of the cracks. What was it, about 1st of July? Dumb Jim was right. It's disappointing, but I was right. I talked to Fred Visco 3 years ago, and I said, I've just looked at all the satellite photos from the mouth of Paintbrush Canyon, which is right next to Fred's house. And I said, Fred, that is marching up slope, and it's going to get you. And he said to me, what would you do if you were me? I'd sell the house and move. And you know what? It would have been a good thing for him to do. But there are two instances right there where we know that the slide it's a little precarious, not much motion. Maybe the last earthquake helped out your earthquake on Cinchering, I'm not sure, but nobody is taking it seriously, and the water that's going down the 18 drain represents a crime. There has been established now a consensus approval of the method to deal with the water that you can't avoid legally. That is the state of the art, and you are bound to follow that. And that's what they do in medicine. That's what they do in everything. There's a procedure you follow to do whatever you do, and it's the state of the art. And when you're a professional and you follow the state of the art, you can't really be sued. You're doing the best you can. That's the standard. So all this report has gone on. The landslide is slowing as a result of the removal of the water. You can plot the removal of the water, and you know when you see the water disappear and the land slows down, the whole middle area of the earth movement is slowing down, and it proves the concept that we've all been trying to let you know about, and that is when you dump water down on one of the cracks, it's going to stimulate some motion from the landslide. We're lucky we don't have a whole lot of bentonite underneath the Flying Triangle. I stood there and drilled the hole, I think when I was in 8th grade with those guys, and took the logs out and looked at them all, and they were explaining what was going on. And it's not like Portuguese Bend where there's a 60-foot layer of bentonite goo underneath there. But what concerns me is that crack, and I think what we're doing is exposing these nice people here to the loss of their newly built home. As soon as that crack, another season of rain, as soon as it gets filled up again, you're going to cause the demise of that nice house we all wish could get built. But there's no attempt at all by any of you to read the report and understand what it says. And it's not a personality issue. I don't care whether you like me or not, but I can read. And the question is, can you? And I think it's time you all get together and have a Saturday reading conference for about 8 or 10 hours and get through the reports that have been written with some excellent investigation and some world-class experts who've looked into the matter. And I think what we have to do is follow the lead of Rancho Palos Verdes, because the resources that we have at our town would not allow us to get involved in a study like that. We don't have the resources. So let's look at what they're doing. And I think the slowdown in the landslide, some of the pumping of the water that they're doing, some of the offshore outflow of the volcanic ash-laden water. I sampled it 200 or 300 yards off the beach and looked at it at the lab and looked, and it's volcanic ash being discharged from the crack out at sea. But nobody is taking this seriously in Rolling Hills, and they think you own the right to continue discharging the water the way you always have. And I got news for you. Once you find out that you're wrong, you're liable. You're going to pay the bill. And that means I'm going to pay the bill. And each one of you is going to pay the bill. And every citizen in Rolling Hills is going to pay the bill. And those guys that are suing us, I got to tell you, they're trying to sue us over the sewer. There was a lawsuit by Major Langer that, with a judge and a jury, and the finding was the private sewers have nothing to do with the Flying Triangle landslide. The county is discussing right now bouncing all of us out of the Flying Triangle by condemning our private sewer. This is going on at the county right now, and I don't appreciate it. But the other thing, I think that there's always that worry, but I think that we've got to deal with the 18 drain. I think we have to put a pipeline on the 18 drain and run it at the bottom of the canyon. And I think what went on with Cinchring Road is not right. You all went up there and remodeled a drain that's been there for 50 years, and it's not going to work, in my opinion. But you got to pay attention. There's no sign that you have. And I think what's in the balance is the potential damage for these people, because frankly, without being mean-spirited or rude, you don't know what you're doing. You just don't know what you're doing. And you try, but there's not a one of you who has any appropriate education for this. Name it. There's not one who has any experience at a problem like this. And yet when you get Rancho Palos Verdes to stand up and deal with the issue, you ignore it. They're covering up cracks while you're dumping water down them, and you got to stop.
Thank you, Mr. Partridge. Are there any other public comments? Hearing none. I'd like to suggest that we,
You close the public comment, right?
yeah, we've closed the public comment, that we said we would reconvene. We haven't had a chance to discuss this. I think we need to do that. It's 11 o'clock. Our power is going to go off soon. We do have a couple of other issues that.
Yeah, the rest of the items on the agenda, to my understanding, are not time sensitive, so we.
The one for to pay the ADA thing is okay? All right. All right, so if, do you want to?
What did you say, what were you gonna say, but you
Well,
didn't say what you wanted to do?
I was going to say that we continue this. You're not going to get this discussed in an hour tonight. I can tell you that.
Hang on, please, Madam Mayor.
So that, you asked me what my suggestion was. My suggestion, no, that we would continue this to the next meeting. So if you don't want to do that, then let's go ahead.
Oh, continue this.
Continue this issue, come back and talk about it and discuss it and decide what we're going to do. But that's.
Leah, that's not a terrible idea, because I honestly don't know exactly what to do. The reality is it's a great project, and they've gone above and beyond. I actually do think the area that's gonna become impermeable probably will be better after the project than before. But the reality is, like Charlie was saying, I mean, if we had 29 inches of rain, 7 acres, that comes to 5,700,000 gallons of water. I'm sorry, nothing's gonna change 5,700,000 gallons of water, and that's there now with the current situation. I don't think we have the ability in our laws to require someone to take care of a storm drain that crosses their property. It seems like that should be done, but I don't think we're allowed to force someone to do that. Is that accurate?
Correct, I would say that's accurate.
Can I just ask, are we discussing now? Or
Yeah,
Well,
that-
we're trying, if we want to continue it, and I'm thinking it takes a little more thought, and that's all.
Personally, I'm ready to move forward with this. We can
We know,
knock it out.
we know. You've been ready for a month or 2 months,
I'm
but we are
okay
not.
either way. I do think in terms of our legal basis of what our parameters are, I mean, I would agree with Mr. Partridge. We're not geologists. We don't have that expertise. We're not hydrologists. Part of the, and I can, check with our city attorney, but we have had a discussion that the parameters of our rules have never required us to pass on the hydrologic and geologic aspects of a property, how it affects the surrounding area. Now, that's the way it has been. We have a situation, this came up back in 2017 when we were considering, I mean, on many projects, but particularly on this same site. And I remember asking the county people, it was Lisa, at that time saying, wait a minute, what about these aspects of the water and being able to get more of a better understanding about the hydrology? So I'm just saying, we don't, at this point, I don't know that we have the ability with more study, I'm just saying, because of the limitations of what our review is.
Okay, so my question was, what I'm trying to find out is, until the lights go out.
Yeah.
Do you want to discuss this tonight, or would you like to have it fresh so that we have time? We've got a lot of information that was shared with us tonight. Or do you want to discuss it tonight?
Well,
That's all,
I would
that's
think-
all I'm trying to
okay.
find out, yes or no, tonight
I-
or okay to post?
I already said, I'm good either way. I would say one thing that might be helpful to maybe the rest of the council and our residents is if any of the experts that have congregated here, since we have pretty much almost all of them, if there's anything that was said by the residents that they say, you know what, that's not accurate, or we have information to say that's not, because I think our residents deserve to hear an answer to some of the things they share, specifically things that are geologic or hydrologic in nature, since we have the experts here that are working on this project and have studied it, at least maybe give an answer to that we would have time to do that. Then we could think and have a better discussion. Jack?
Historically, we are always trying to go as quickly as we can because we're cognitive of the carrying costs, we're cognitive of the expense of this. Historically, historically, we're always trying to do that. And the fact that we're going this slow is, we understand how important it is to everybody. One of my concerns, I live on this side down here at the bottom, there's a giant sinkhole up my backyard, and when describing how the water goes down, if you went down our canyon, Bent Springs, the water runs, it just stopped recently, but it runs full blast, like multiple tons of water coming down, and then it just disappears into the sand. And then the HOA dug forever looking for it because it wrecked the road and they couldn't find it. So it happens uphill from us a little bit. Does it make me a little nervous? Of course it does, just like it makes everybody else nervous of what they're dealing with, what this is. It concerns me that the question was brought up was, somewhere in the canyon near this house, the water disappears. And I think that to me is concerning, because what I don't want to happen is there's multiple layers of this. I don't want to say the house, great, build it, and then there's a problem, because that's totally irresponsible. I don't want to do something that's gonna make it worse. And I know the rules are that the amount of water, the delta can't be greater than what it is and all that sort of stuff. And clearly you guys put together the math to make that so we can get through the process. But there's a difference between the process of getting all the way through and the realities of what that's gonna cause. We also have to balance is some point, I don't know what the timeline looks like, at some point, we have to decide one way or another, period. And that, I don't think we're at that date yet, but that has to happen. The second thing is also, there's another liability besides the liability of what happens if this happens, that happens, is by the law, this is construed as a buildable lot if it can meet all these requirements. And because of that, there's a liability that's also there, is if we don't do it and we can't have a rational reasons of what these things look like. And it's super emotional. I mean, I talked to Dustin a bunch today about it. It's super emotional. I totally get it. And it sucks for everybody in this room. It sucks for everyone who's affected. It sucks for all the people who had to stay here with us tonight, who had better things to do. So that's where normally I like to go. I'm just like, there's so many questions that honestly, I'm never gonna know the answer. I'm not a geologist. We rely on the paid professionals and their teams, whichever way that goes, to make sure it gets the right answer. So that's, and it's so much I wanted this to be done today, because of everyone's time and their energy, just so that we could move on to what it is. But I'll tell you, Lee and I are spending, we probably spent 14, 15 hours last week meeting with the CP whatever's in the who's it's and the whatever, those guys do, and trying to figure it out. And RPV was more pleasant than normal. There was a whole bunch of things that happened that were positive, but that's still forever from now. It's still government. It never goes fast. It can't go fast. It's impossible. So that's where my quandary is right now. So if you want to, I don't want to say sleep on it, because it's not 2 weeks, but I don't necessarily want to just open it up to public comment again, because we hear you. We hear everyone's concerns. It's totally valid what the concerns are. But we have to decide on where that mix is between it and do the best we can and go from there.
Well, at the risk, so I'm going to assume
You're
that
the
this
boss.
means it sounds like people want to talk about it, so tonight, so we're going to continue. B's suggestion about, while we have the quote-unquote experts here and the team here, we're not concerned, you can hear where the discussions are going. We're not concerned about the plants. We're not concerned about these peripheral things. Not that those aren't important. That's going to be a great project. And I think that people understand this is, you've heard it many times from people, that this is a project we would like to have in the city. So I'm just going to stipulate that. But we have some concerns. Hearing the concerns that we have, does anybody have, well, we have you here tonight, do you have any specific things that you heard that you could provide an answer to or clarification that you think could help move this along? You heard a lot of very specific questions and comments. And I'm talking about technical kind of things, right?
Well,
Could I just ask the owner very directly?
What, no.
No.
Thank you. We're going to do something we don't normally do, which is, we did this last time with the people from the utilities. We're providing a second chance for people to come up and try and respond to specific questions or specific things they heard from the audience. We're doing all that we can within the parameters of how the public meeting has to be discussed, and this is something we don't even normally do. So that's why I ask if there's...
He wants to talk, just let him talk.
Well, no, anybody,
Yeah.
is there anybody from your team that you would,
Yeah.
please?
So we are well aware of the issue, and we are as concerned about this as anyone else in this room. The reality is there is a landslide there, and it will continue whether a house is built on this property or not. That's the reality. The second issue is that we feel very strongly that by building what we are proposing to build, I'm not talking about the house, I'm talking about the tanks and the whole stormwater retention system, and thinking about ways to use that, that we are actually helping to improve the situation. We cannot solve it, but we're helping to improve it. There's been various comments made from different people. Some say it would be better not to build anything. Others say there should be larger tanks there. I understand it to mean there should be something built, but with even larger tanks. There is a lot of there are a lot of emotions, and I think this is an issue that has to be addressed as rationally as possible. Again, unfortunately, this landslide exists, and it will continue to exist whether a house is built there or not.
Thank you. Are you passing, am I getting another note?
I'll just announce it for the group. We probably need to wrap no later than 11:45. We can't have people trying to walk or drive out in the dark. Even the lights in the parking lot are gonna
Yeah,
go
dark
out.
parking lot, so he's telling me that when the power is gonna go out, so we should wrap up by 11:45.
Yeah,
So just, we don't want anybody to get hurt out in the parking lot.
From tripping and falling.
Yeah.
It's not a crime
Although,
thing.
I'm getting really good at moving around in the dark. Anybody else? Charlie?
She means-
Technical.
Yeah, this
We're-
is just a perspective only.
We're trying to,
Hold on, just let it happen. Just let it happen.
go ahead. I've lost all control.
I'll be very quick. So, about the pipe, all we're saying, you had said that you can't require it, is that, did I hear that? You can't make that a condition?
Correct. So the question that I answered is that yes, the imposition of any condition needs to be geared and fixed towards one of the required findings. Requiring a pipe that drains, I believe you said, to the Pacific Ocean for a specific project is probably, I'm gonna advise, it does not satisfy the nexus test that the whatever impact this property has on the problem, any condition must be proportional and provide a nexus to the solution. So yes, I would say that requiring this property to build a pipe to the ocean is not advisable.
Let me just that's completely not what I was asking for, what I've advocated for the whole time. I'm saying that the house should not be built until a pipe is in place. I've never said that it should be their pipe that they put in from Crest Road to the ocean. I've never said that.
We understand that.
The pipe needs to be put in place.
Right, we
before
understand.
they can put more water into the landslide. That's all. I'm not saying it's their pipe.
Yeah, we understand that, and that's what we've been trying to work with the county.
And the problem is, if we made, and we could say, oh, and the drainage that comes down, so the riffraff that goes down to the edge of their property, we could direct the water to where that needs, to that point. The problem is, there's no public land, there's no, I mean, you know this, there's no public land, it goes from private land to private land to private land, and then it leaves our city, and we have zero control at that point. And we've talked to LA County Flood Control, we've talked to all the people who are supposed to help, and we're getting closer that they will actually have a conversation with us. We're close, but they're not gonna be like, great, and tomorrow we're gonna do this. That's not gonna happen. So
And even in this resolution that we had, that you know, hasn't been approved or anything, but even in that, there was a condition in there, and we could have adjusted that even that if a pipe was ever built, that they would be required or consider, depending upon how we worded it, to join that pipe. If it had been approved prior to it being built, at some time when it was built, that they would be tied. So we have some flexibility in there to do it, but we always understood that you were not asking for them to build the pipe.
So can I assume, we're gonna continue this apparently, so can I assume we won't have the front row here at the next meeting? We're gonna, as we continue this, it'll be discussion with the council only? Is that, and we're not gonna take any further public comment? I'm just trying to understand the process here.
I don't know, because we're varying from the process. We were trying to have, the reason I asked if they could respond tonight was we've heard some of the questions that came from the public. They've heard our questions. They answered our questions, trying to give them a chance to answer the questions from the public. And if they could do that, then they would not need to come back. So that was why we're talking to them right now. No, I know, no. Right.
That's what happens.
I'll be very brief. So there's kind of two different components: continuing the public hearing, and then which I believe Councilmember Wilson is inquiring about public comment, which are two separate and distinct things. If the public hearing is continued, I will say in the past, typically we have reopened public comment, given the applicant, hey, anything changed, anything updated, and then similar to the residents. In the past, we have said, please, you know, to the best of your ability, keep your comments to something fresh. Do not just come up here and repeat what you said last time, but that's really going to be at your discretion, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
That's really what I'm trying to understand, because I think there was some desire from some of the council members for more information. So are we going to get more information?
I have another question, Pat. I mean, the borings were done in 2013, from what I saw. Can we require new borings as part of our?
So I would say before the council are three entitlements: a site plan review, a CUP, a variance, and then of course a CEQA finding.
Right.
So I'm not going to tell you that you as the city council can't request anything. I would say that request must be geared towards one of those four things I just listed. If you can look to a finding in one of the three entitlements or require more information as it pertains to your CEQA determination, I would say that is well within your ability to request more information.
I don't understand the CEQA part. I thought they were exempt and there was no exceptions to that. So where does that come back?
Correct. So the CEQA exemption is staff recommendation, like everything in the staff report. You five are the ultimate city decision makers as it pertains to the CEQA determination, also as it pertains to the findings for the three entitlements that I listed: the site plan review, the CUP, and the variance.
And unfortunately, on the CEQA, if I understand it properly, is even if we said that we wanted to go to the next level of CEQA and say that it wasn't exempt, they're looking at things like butterflies and things like that. That does not get you more geological type information.
No, there's 20 different categories.
Right.
And certainly geologic and hydrology, those are part of it. I mean, you're right. It covers the existing
veins and all those things.
Yeah, but I mean, you would have to do, an analysis, I guess. I forget what.
Correct. There would be an initial study, and then it would be up to the CEQA. Correct, and I believe that is reflected in the.
I'm not suggesting.
Yeah, I believe that is reflected in the staff report as well.
Jim, you keep saying that, we have done it once.
So, all right. So here, I mean, here's part of my thinking, and who knows what they're just coming up with, is no matter what happens, we're going to have to decide one way or another, and there will not be a pipe. That pipe will have not been approved. It will not exist. I felt pretty good after the last couple of meetings we've been having. Like there's now hope, where before there was none. But even if it goes really well, it's a long time down the road. So the decision has to be made without the pipe even being a reality. We might be, it's coming, or maybe, who knows, but there's no way to say, oh, we get to decide because the pipe got approved and here it is. That will never happen within the timelines that we have to decide where we're at on this thing.
That pipe is for the water project anyway.
Yeah.
Isn't that pipe for storm drain? It's not this house anyway?
Yes, and it's next door.
So, if I follow what I'm supposed to follow, do we want to continue the public hearing to the next meeting? Is that the correct question? Continue the public hearing, and then there would be more public
No,
comment?
correct. So yeah, so the public hearing is always going to be continued. We do not need to make that determination on public comment until the next meeting. Or if you guys would like to make it tonight, that is your prerogative as well.
So if we continue the public hearing, what I was trying to do is not have to reconvene all the people from the county and the whole team. I think you probably can focus on, maybe you wouldn't need the entire team. You can see where we're focusing on. But I would like to have you, if we're going to continue the public hearing, we need to have the people here, again, for it to be productive. Mike, are you out there?
Yes.
Thanks. I couldn't see whether you were back behind the chair. Could you have appropriate people, whether it's you or someone from your staff, be at the next meeting, which is October?
The next standing meeting is October 28th.
What's the date? It's 2 weeks from tonight.
It's the 28th.
October the 28th.
The GMAT and the drainage.
Yep, I would have two members, it would be an engineering geologist from the county and a drainage and grading engineer. Yes.
And without polling everybody, the people that are here and interested in that, does that seem that?
Hang on, that's,
I
once
can't do
again,
that.
so I believe what we are asking, and once again, it's just a show of hands, is the 28th going to be an amenable date for everyone in this?
Right.
Not, please do not respond with any substance requests, just to merely respond that that date is not going to be a major problem for anyone. And Madam Mayor, I would say that it is ultimately at the discretion of this body to determine that date. Of course, we want to be amenable to our constituents and the applicant, but it is your guys' call.
Well, I think we'd like to move it on. Are we okay with the 28th?
Just so we can look at this stuff again and think about what they've said a little bit more, and is that what it's all about?
Yeah, and if we have more questions after, we've reviewed it and thought about it, and because we're going to run out of lights pretty soon, just to continue what we've heard, to deliberate.
From Pat, what are we allowed to do? I mean, if there are set laws about development and development of properties, and they fit those requirements, what are we allowed to do? Correct.
I would direct, as the staff report states, direct U5 to the required findings. I'm not going to take anyone's time and read them, but the variance has a set list of findings. The CUP has a set list of findings, and the site plan review has a set list of findings. In order for this project to be approved, those must be satisfied.
And if they are satisfied, we must approve it?
If it is the will of if a majority of the council feels that the evidence in the record before it is such that they can make those required findings, then yes, I would advise a resolution of approval.
But hold on a second. This is a discretionary project.
1,000%, correct.
It has several items that are subject to our
Application of the specific facts and unique circumstances of this case to the law, as posited.
6 variances, each one, or
Right.
any one of them,
You're,
could be determined by a council member or the council that it doesn't meet the spirit and the harmony of, there's a bunch
correct.
of words in there that I remember
Yes,
reading.
you
So
are.
Any part of this project, just forget about the geologic and the hydrology. The stable corral, pool, retaining walls encroaching into the front yard. That's a variance that we would have.
That is correct.
to Agree to. It's not within our building plans.
It's,
Hang on a second, but here's my question is if this, if we're gonna go down where Pat's going right now, which I totally get where Pat's going, but if this project had no variances, they made the house this big, they graded the right amount, they did this and that, whatever that is, because it's a buildable lot, right? Are we required? Because if you start removing some of these things, that's where my thing is. Because if we're not gonna do this, or if we're going to do this, having in the house to have a different retaining wall, these adjustments on some of these things, because like, when I look at the pad coverage and the pad size, to me, you could grade forever and make it work. And that's the last thing we want them to do, is grade forever to make it work.
But Jeff, there's 31,842 cubic yards of export. 25 of those are non-exempt. Again, a variance.
Pat, I understand. And what I'm saying is, you could make it smaller, you could adjust what that is. I just know what we did when we did it, we just graded forever until it made it work. And this scenario, being where it's located, that's where I'm like, that's not the right answer to what that is. The piling the dirt there is to make it a certain height. It was a little higher, so they had less export, but we didn't want it for the view. Like, so, I mean, there's a lot of variables that are involved here. It's just,
Well, I think your question though was, do we have a legal obligation to approve it? And we have discretion. That's really, there's more variances and conditional use permits associated with this project than anyone that I can ever think of. So, you know, it's not impossible to say, well, you know, the accumulation, the combined number of variances requested, that's a lot. Like I said, the 25,000 of non-exempt cubic yards of non-exempt, that's 2,500 truckloads of dirt going out of here.
So
there's a lot to this project, even beyond the hydrology and the drainage, and, you know, I thought we were gonna be talking about this stuff tonight, honestly. I thought that was the discussion part of it, so we're not.
We can, if he wants to start talking about the things like that. I mean, the reality is, they don't have to take the dirt out. They could keep the house higher and block neighbors' views, or they can make the mound higher. We don't have rules about structures and view restriction. It's only about trees and landscaping and view restriction. I think that this was trying to make it more harmonious with the neighbor as far as the grading issue. I actually am totally in favor with the grading plan.
So Pat, I think we were going to discuss all of those things. Each of these things needed to be discussed and addressed. And so we were going to discuss it. We ran out of time. I let people talk for longer than the 3 minutes. We had a lot of questions. So that's what the issue is. Can we come back again and address all of the things? We haven't had a chance to deliberate on these very items that you said you want to talk about.
I only brought that up because the question was, do we have an obligation to approve it? And it's like, no, it's discretionary.
Yeah, it
I
is.
just wanted to really make
Yes,
that-
yes, it is discretionary, and I think we all understand that. We're trying to do the best that we can to use our best discretion. So, can I have a motion to carry the,
Correct, and so in order to avoid the requirement to republish, we do need a date certain, renotice, excuse me.
2 weeks?
Okay,
2 weeks? Are you going to be, will you be here, Jim?
Yeah.
You're in town?
I'm here.
In town? Date certain, 2 weeks? Your team can come?
We have to check some of these things because, you know.
Hey, do you mind coming up to, I'm sorry.
We need to check on whether 2 weeks is possible. I made some notes about some issues that were brought up that I would like to discuss with our consultants and to be able to have a response. We can meet in 2 weeks and have the same amount of information.
Let me suggest this. Nobody here is trying to rush this thing. Our concern to get it moving is to help you. So
Which
if
we
you would
appreciate.
like to have it a month from now, if you want to have it 6 months from now, that
not
would
6
be
months.
fine with us.
Yes.
So can you pick, do you want to do the first council meeting in,
I think we just continue it to the next, whatever, and the next meeting. We notify everybody, if you're saying, hey, we're not coming because of whatever, we open it up, we continue it again, so that way it minimizes the piece and we don't waste everybody's time.
Right.
But we just put it on the calendar right now, because that's the best way to move it to the next one.
Okay.
And if you want to take another minute because you guys talk about something, because there's some things that, whatever that is, then we'll figure out the most efficient way to move it to the next one when everyone's here.
wouldn't it just be the most efficient to, for sure, make it the first one in November?
So the meeting,
We know we're all here.
I don't want to.
Okay, we know we're all here next time. Let's do
The November-
Let's do the 28th.
yeah, okay.
And we have to do something else.
October
We'll
20th.
do something else.
Right?
October 28th, is that 2 weeks
Okay.
from tonight?
Yes.
No, got, yeah, yeah. So Madam Mayor, so we need a motion and a second, and I would be remiss if I didn't say this is very unique in that the public hearing is still open. I must implore you five, as well as everyone in the audience, that you guys cannot discuss this with them, and if you do, you need to come here to the next meeting and disclose that. I would say that if you find out any information that was not provided to you during tonight's meeting, you need to disclose that at the next meeting before we hear the item.
Like an ex parte thing?
Like the ex parte, correct. Correct, Councilmember Wilson. Correct.
So, is it one of the things we can talk to one, but we can't talk to two or three, we can't talk to any?
So that is always the Brown Act. You are free to, I guess, converse. I would say that it's better, with one person, it's better to do that in open session. However, if you learn anything that you did not learn tonight, you must disclose that. And I hate to say this, Madam Mayor, we would then need to open the public comment up such that the applicant and the members of the public can respond to that. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And so we need a motion and a second and a vote.
So do I have a motion? Give me a motion, for God's sakes. Can I have a motion?
On this issue to the next meeting on October 28th.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience.
Okay.
I guess we want to wait midnight.
Is it everyone?
The meeting's not over.
We're still in a meeting. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry.
And by the way, the power goes out at midnight.
Thank you. We got blessed.
Okay, what else we got? Do you want to just do wherever it is?
And so, Madam Mayor, the items left on the agenda are the update on the City Hall ADA, and then, of course, the holiday open house final guest list. The closed session items, I'm gonna advise we just continue. And so we have 22 minutes with, once again, the understanding we don't want to be talking here until the lights go out. So even this meeting with us, I'm gonna advise that we get out of here by 11:50 at the latest.
And
Is that good with you?
we're fine, that we don't have time sensitive on any of those remaining ones.
I do-
I was concerned about the ADA, that we had to authorize some money, so if that's,
I mean, staff would always prefer to, if it was to be approved, to have them.
staff might prefer that, but I think
Yeah.
under the circumstances,
Yeah.
and that person can wait
Correct.
for their money.
Yeah, hang tight,
and,
hang tight. Hang on. And so you're here for the holiday guest list?
Yeah.
That one hopefully should be relatively easy. However, I will defer to the wisdom of the group.
Okay,
and
let's go ahead and address that one,
Yeah.
because at the, okay.
So let's go. So item 15A.
Okay, so item 15A.
Good evening.
Mayor and council, it is customary that the holiday open house, which is typically held the second week of December, when you would normally have a council meeting every year, that staff brings to you a rough draft of the guest list, which I should state, the holiday open house is primarily for residents, but we also invite our partners and vendors, the people that interact with residents, so that they are here and have an opportunity to also, spend time and talk with residents. And so the list, as you see it, it has just been modified to update different elected positions or different people in positions in other companies and areas. So it is at your discretion to approve it or provide input to staff.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to be inappropriate here because I am. Before we spend any time on the list, the guest list, I'm wondering if anybody would be interested in entertaining the concept that we not have the holiday open house this year. I'd like to spend the money on something else, or not spend it at all. We're bleeding money. We've got. I don't. There's just something that just doesn't seem right to me about it this year. Now the other side of that is when things are tough, maybe that's when you really want to have a celebration and bring people together. So I'm looking at it mostly as, and I realize it's not a lot of money, but no one will probably agree with me, and my heart won't be broken if you don't, but I just think it's.
And so that's perfect, Madam Mayor. Before we get into that, it may be wise to open up to public comment. We do have a very anxious constituent here. I understand. And that way, yep, and that way, and then you guys can go.
Mr. Eichley, would you please come up and.
Yes, finally, I had to sit through that chauffeur. I left last time you had it going. Yes, I would like to say that, first of all, Christian's comment was not accurate. We only started doing this inviting 70-plus people that aren't citizens, residents, to the city.
No? Was it?
So I just want to point out that this is not a tradition. We just started it last year or the year before. We've never done this before, invited that many people. There's over 70 people on this list. And I'd like to pass these around to you people to look at because it does concern me. And
Throw stuff at us.
on,
Mr.
excuse
Eichley.
me, would you like me to walk these around to everybody?
Hand it and we'll pass it around.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just trying to hurry the thing along. I didn't know you wanted me to get up and. Okay. It's been so long to get here. It wasn't so concerning about some of it, but this is not a tradition. Councilman Dr. Black brought it up last time, that what are all these people doing on the list? We never had this before. It's a tradition that started when we had our last city manager. No offense to you. You don't know what's going on. You walked into a situation. We never had all these people come to a thing before. This is a zoo. Last one I came to, last year, you had Janice Hahn here and a bunch of people. They gave us a bunch of money. Okay, I understand that. When you look at the list I gave you guys, you'll notice there's 3 colored things on it. At first, I was going to put yellow to all the people I didn't understand why they were coming, okay? But when I looked at the list, I decided it'd be easier to put just the yellow marks to the people I thought, yeah, you can justify these, okay? So the ones I left unmarked are the ones I didn't understand why we were inviting all these people, because they're only employees that you're paying already to contract to do jobs. The ones in green, I marked as just very little things there, are the ones that says, and staff. So you invite somebody, and you say, oh yeah, and bring all your staff. We don't even know how many people that was. I don't know if you was at the party last year. You probably, I'm sure all of you were because the politicians were here, and they gave us a lot of money. So you came early, probably. Some of you stayed late, or maybe all of you stayed late. I can't remember now. But if you didn't come early for the zoo, which was when all the people showed up, the problem we had then was the fact that when you came after the zoo was over and all the politicians had left and all the people that wanted to hobnob with them, there was nothing left. The food was crappy after that. There was 3 shrimp floating around in the water of the ice that was supposed to be put out to keep the shrimp fresh. The other stuff was pretty well pecked over. You didn't save anything for anybody else. You gave it all to the people at first. Okay, so that was one of my biggest complaints about the size of the list. Now, personally, I don't care if you invite everybody on this list. If you want to spend the money, invite everybody on the list, but make sure you have something for the people who don't want to show up for the show. Because these people, maybe all of them won't come, but probably the ones that are close probably will. You're going to feed them. It's the reason that most of the residents come late. They're getting off of work. They show up here. They don't have to fix dinner. Thank you very much for the Christmas party. That's my only point. I'm irritated because it took so long just to get to this thing and you almost canceled it. Anyway, so that's all I'm getting at. You need to look at your list, and if you want to keep this list, it's not a tradition. Now, you may have made it a tradition because now if you don't send out all these people invitations, they're going to go, oh my God, we're taken off of the list that we were made. I don't know if it's a quid pro quo to invite all these people from all these other League of California Cities and all these Palos Verdes Library and all these other things, unless you guys are wanting somebody to invite you all back to these things for their cities. I don't know. I don't care, but if you're going to do it, at least if you want to spend the money, spend a little more money for the residents that don't show up at the first, because I talked to the people that came later than us, because we just came after everybody left, politicians, and everybody came in later was wondering where the food was.
Thanks, Jim.
So it's gone. Okay,
Got it.
that's all.
Here's my viewpoint on this thing.
Closing the public hearing?
Yes, I closed the public hearing.
Comment, yeah.
Sorry.
I've always said is I don't mind spending the money on the people who live here. I don't understand. I'm going to agree with Jim. Is
Oh my God,
it happens.
and you're
It
the only one to
happens.
hear it. Yeah.
It's a leap year. Is we should be way more select. The list got longer and longer and longer. And when I'm here, I come because I feel like I'm obligated to come, and I don't go to anybody's anything. And I'd rather have the residents that are here, everyone says nice hello, whatever that is. And then if there's a handful of people we're obligated, like Janice Hahn, because she wrote us a check for $1 million, she can have shrimp. But I could care less about RPVs, assistant something, and I know they're not all coming, because they don't. But
Just like we don't
I know, but
go
there's
to
a-
theirs.
There's a lot of people here that don't live here and aren't here. I don't know.
Was anybody added to this list?
No, it's the only thing was and to Mr. Eichley's point, I don't know what it was customary before we got here 3 years ago. This has been
This list,
similar, but
if it hasn't been added to this year, this list hasn't changed.
Yeah, I've just changed out names and titles.
Because this has been going on for more than 2 years.
Yeah.
I've been on council almost 10, and I'll bet it's like 7 or 8 years that I've seen this type of
Same,
industry. So-
And in all due respect, people that come, if you come later, you may not know who's here earlier. I see many more residents than.
Early.
Yeah,
Well, we have it
one of the
early
reasons
so
we
they can
moved it
come,
early,
yeah.
that's one of the reasons we moved it early, is so our residents could come. Some are older, they want to come here before blah, blah. So lots and lots and lots of residents. Not a lot of these people show up, but here I'm one talking about canceling the whole thing, so I'm probably not the right person to
So
talk
can we
to.
do this, since we need to be gone, is can staff go through it with a machete and shorten it down to the people who are the absolute minimum of what that needs to be?
We will work with.
Glad not to be here.
I would be careful about that, though. I don't.
No, I don't want any. So, I mean, we have some, but I mean, here Leah's thinking we shouldn't spend the money. Jim's point out, we've been, there's, every year I whine, there's all these people that are paid people. Why the heck are we inviting them? And now Leah's afraid we're wasting money. So let's just cut most of them.
Well, the problem, I mean, we do work with a lot of these people, and they are, we have relationships with them. So we have had this tradition for a long time. I think I remember it since I've been on council, that we've had.
Somebody of your right.
So,
Inviting all these people.
I mean, the only thing I have always said, and I was shouted down like, oh, but staff doesn't come, but if we cut and staff, I think that would, I mean, if somebody's thinking, well, you can come because I said and staff, that would help.
If you send an invite, I'm just making this up now, you send an invite to Janice Hahn, if she doesn't physically come herself, someone from staff is gonna come. Even if we didn't say and staff.
Yeah, she sends somebody else.
She's gonna bring who she's gonna bring.
Right, and so that's, I think, rather than putting it out there and staff, like, hey, bring whoever you want, but the only one I would say for the fire department, Rosemary Vivero has been so good. I mean, she's not even on the list.
But see, part of it is when you invite people, and this always concerns me is this, and we run into this on the other side, is at my business, I get invited to some of these things, and now I have to go.
Right.
And I'm like, God.
But a lot of this is.
Do we know what the cost per head is? I mean, how much we spend, how many people cycled through? Do we know that?
I wouldn't be able to break it down to per head without like.
Because we don't make them sign in.
We have a guest book that people can sign in, but it's
I
not
never
required.
did, yeah.
So it's hard to tell. I will say each year we try to guesstimate based on what we think we went through food-wise, and we have made modifications.
By how many shrimp are floating in the water?
Well, there are some people who indulge a little bit too much on the shrimp or take it with them. So
that's the
we
only thing they
can't-
come for.
So.
Did you have some thought about what you want to do with the money? Was there something specific, or is just
No,
because
I think
all this
no,
awfulness is going on, we shouldn't have a party?
I think that there are things that we've been talking about to try, maybe people in the affected areas, giving them, we're trying to get donations for things like sheeting so they can cover up their fissures or something like that. And if we can't get donations, maybe we could buy them or something. I mean, it just, or maybe we would use the money to put in, give some money to the association to do another couple of things. I don't think there'll be any shortage of things we could use the money for.
What is the amount that we spent?
Well, it's
Typically in the $600 to $6,500.
which is way down from what it used to be. We used to spend like, 15, 16, 17, 18 grand on it.
This last fiscal year when I was here, remember?
Yeah.
We dropped the cost. And we
Well, I'm not in favor of canceling it.
Okay.
And as far as, that's just me, and as far as the list goes, I don't think the list is out of control because 90% of the people we invite don't come, so.
It's mostly residents that are here.
I would
Isn't
say-
that what you see, is
I
mostly
would say a
residents?
higher percentage of residents than non-residents, and the ones that do come, the non-residents, I think there's some value in having them come and just come to our city because they never come here, and this is how they know us, just by attending a holiday party.
And I think our residents would miss it. I mean, they would be very disappointed there's no Christmas party. So I really vote, I would make a motion that we do have it with the list we have. And if we could just ask Rosemary, who handed out the radios to all of our residents. It was there at all of the times when we're meeting with the residents that have been affected by the utility shut-off. I think she should be.
So you don't want to cut the list of all your
No, just to cut and staff,
Just cut the and staff.
and staff.
Well, how about this, could we just do it again next time? Let's just add it, let's continue this on. I say the staff goes through it and cuts out as many people that is reasonable. Because honestly, I don't like coming to the Christmas thingy because of the other people who are here. They're always, it's like, I don't
Well,
need
not
them.
everybody's like
Oh,
you,
Mr.
Jeff.
Piper, who cares?
You don't have to talk to them.
Is that a friendly amendment to
Yeah.
the motion maker?
So we have an approval or a continuance to come back cold?
Motion, but I would second that.
Fine.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
We have no idea what
Thank you very much.
So it sounds like we're gonna keep the list and keep the parties.
Yes,
No,
yes.
staff.
We're gonna remove some
Staff.
staff.
And staff.
All right.
We need to.
Yeah, and so,
adjourn.
hang tight. So we're running out of daylight here, so we're gonna need to, for the record, continuing the closed session. We will continue item 12A as well, and now we are at adjournment, Madam Mayor, with 6 minutes to spare.